Chapter 1592. How could Bao Yan submit to Li Sha? She also thought that Qin Feng was killed by the Thunder Sea and wanted nothing more than to kill Li Sha. But Bao Yan still had a trace of reason. She knew that she was not Li Sha's opponent. She just wanted to escape back to Flower City and find her father to avenge Qin Feng. It was just that Bao Yan was too anxious to escape and did not even rush onto the airship. She was currently standing on a pink flying sword, which greatly reduced her speed. Li Sha also had a pink flying sword and was about to catch up to Bao Yan. "Haha, let me taste your delicacy. I believe that your man's soul in heaven will rest in peace." Li Sha had already stretched out his arms to hug her. 2 drops of tears fell from Sister Hong's eyes, but as she turned around, a cold, murderous aura burst out from her body. Since she could not escape, she would fight Li Sha to the death. "Bitch, I want to avenge Qin Feng." Boom! Sister Hong did not hold back with this sword. Her swordsmanship seemed soft and gentle like water, but in an instant, thousands of swift and fierce airships fell. Li Sha was not stupid. He already knew that this woman would resist. When the airship reached him, Li Sha's cloud axe slashed across the air. Suddenly, an axe chi vortex exploded out, blocking the airship. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 auras collided with each other, creating a huge sound. It was as if the airflow in the air was vibrating. When the sword chi disappeared, the axe chi vortex was still turbulent. Sister Hong did not have time to use the second sword, and her body was about to be hit by the airflow vortex. Boom! But at this moment, a muffled sound exploded in front of Sister Hong. She felt someone gently push her, and a moment later, she landed on the ground. In the axe chi vortex, a golden light shot out, directly splitting the huge airflow in half. Li Sha reacted quickly and retreated in time, almost being split in half by the golden blade. Bang, bang, bang. The sound in the air was still undulating. After Sister Hong and Li Sha landed, they were dumbfounded. They looked at the man suspended in the air. His white clothes fluttered, and he carried a golden long blade on his shoulder. Wasn't this Qin Feng who was killed by the Thunder Sea? Qin Feng? Is it really you? Sister Hong suddenly burst into tears. She didn't even dare to blink. She was deeply afraid that when she opened her eyes again, the scene in front of her would suddenly disappear. Li Sha didn't even dare to blink. He wasn't afraid of Qin Feng disappearing. He wanted nothing more than for Qin Feng to die. Li Sha was carefully sizing up the man in the sky. After a while, his face turned ashen. This person was Qin Feng, without a doubt. Humph, I didn't expect the thunder elemental bead to not explode you to death. Your lowly life is really tough. Li Sha came back to his senses. Although he looked calm on the surface, his heart was filled with worry. The lightning elemental bead was a supreme treasure of the lightning attribute, and it could kill a level 8 Holy King. Qin Feng was merely a level 5 Saint King. How did Xing survive when he was in the center of the Sea of Lightning? No one could answer this question. At this moment, Sister Hong was also shocked. Qin Feng acted as if he hadn't heard Li Sha's roar. He suddenly turned into a streak of light, and after a few breaths of time, he swung his saber towards Li Sha. Rumble! The earth, which had just calmed down not long ago, rumbled again. Qin Feng's first move was the shadowless saber. Thousands of saber chi rained down, but Li Sha couldn't see anything. He suddenly retreated a few steps and grabbed a ball from his sleeves. It was another thunder elemental bead. Qin Feng had already expected that this person might have more treasures on him. The moment he saw the thunder elemental bead, Qin Feng didn't even think before he slapped it with his palm. Suddenly, thunder boomed in the sky, and a huge black net descended rapidly. Li Sha was stunned. He looked at the star sage 1,000 threads lightning net descending from the sky. The surging black lightning was incomparably fierce, and it was actually not much weaker than the thunder elemental bead in his hand. In the moment he was stunned, the lightning net enveloped him. More than 10 black lightning bolts struck at the same time, and Li Sha was instantly blasted into a bloody mess. The thunder continued. Sister Hong was already stunned, and she couldn't accept the reality in front of her. After Qin Feng confirmed that Li Sha was dead, he heaved a long sigh of relief. With a slight thought, the 1,000 threads lightning net disappeared. Qin Feng arrived at the center of the Sea of Lightning and found Li Sha's storage ring. Li Sha had long been blasted into smithereens, but his storage ring was still intact. Li Sha's storage ring also had a divine sense mark. Although his realm was much higher than Qin Feng's, his divine sense was definitely not as strong as Qin Feng's. Qin Feng wasn't just an alchemist, he was also a spiritual beast master. He had subdued the purple spectral flame and previously drank the system's elementary spiritual potion. His current divine sense was even comparable to a Buddha light realm expert. In just a few minutes, Qin Feng forcibly erased the divine sense mark left by Li Sha. The storage ring was opened, and there were so many treasures inside that Qin Feng was secretly speechless. Other than the 2 million high-grade spirit stones that Qin Feng took out earlier, Li Sha himself had 5 million high-grade spirit stones. As for low and medium-grade spirit stones, there were more than 10 million. In addition, there were a few spiritual weapons in the storage ring. However, they were all below pink grade, and Qin Feng didn't care about them at all. There were a lot of elixirs, but for an alchemist at the level of a grade 2 elixir king like Qin Feng, they were like a pile of waste. Qin Feng, are you okay? Sister Hong rushed over with an anxious face. Qin Feng had already put his 2 million high-grade spirit stones into the emerald spiritual ring, and also Li Sha's 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Now that Qin Feng had opened the astral world, he was in urgent need of spirit stones to expand the space and spiritual qi. As for the other items, Qin Feng didn't take them. He threw the storage ring to Sister Hong and said, "I'm fine, Sister Hong. I've already killed Li Sha. We're safe now." Sister Hong took the storage ring, but she didn't look at it. Her mind was on Qin Feng. When she knew that Li Sha was really dead, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Qin Feng felt that it wasn't good to stay here for long. Who knew if there were other accomplices of the killing sea gang nearby? Or maybe there were other gangs of bandits in this area. The two of them had already boarded the spaceship, but it was Li Sha's high-end spaceship. According to Sister Hong, this was a high-grade flying magic weapon, which was much more powerful than her own spaceship. When the spaceship left, Sister Hong gradually calmed down. She looked into Li Sha's storage ring and was instantly stunned. Although all the high-grade spirit stones had been taken away, there were still many spiritual weapons and elixirs. There were also a few profound level cultivation techniques and martial skills. These were all treasures that ordinary cultivators couldn't get. "Qin Feng, take this ring." Sister Hong was a greedy woman, but when she was by Qin Feng's side, her state of mind changed a lot. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Sister Hong, keep the ring. Actually, I've already used up all the high-grade spirit stones in the storage ring. I don't need the rest of the things." Hearing Qin Feng say so, Sister Hong didn't refuse. With her current relationship with Qin Feng, there was no need to be so pretentious. After keeping the storage ring, Sister Hong stared at Qin Feng with her eyes shining. "Qin Feng, how did you kill Li Sha? The other 7 bandits were also killed by you? You're only a level 5 Saint King?" Sister Hong couldn't understand it no matter how hard she thought. She was a level 5 Saint King, but she admitted that she couldn't even defeat the 3 level 6 Saint King bandits, let alone kill Li Sha. Qin Feng didn't hide it from Sister Hong. He smiled and said, "Sister Hong, I have a lot of treasures on me. You've seen the purple flame earlier. It's the 5th ranked heaven flame. Also, the black lightning net that killed Li Sha at the end is also an incredible magic treasure." If Qin Feng hadn't mentioned it, Sister Hong would have forgotten about the purple flame. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but shout, Qin Feng, who are you? How can you even get your hands on the 5th-ranked heaven flame? Qin Feng couldn't say much about the purple flame. He found this fire seed in the divine continent's poison sun city. If he said it, Sister Hong would know that he wasn't a native of the divine continent. Sister Hong, don't ask. You just need to know that I'm very powerful. It's not too late to be my woman. Otherwise, when I become even more powerful in the future, you might have to queue up. Qin Feng joked. For a moment, Sister Hong really forgot about the purple flame. She used her fists to hit Qin Feng's chest. However, the strength of the punches was very gentle. It looked like a massage. The two of them experienced life and death together, and their relationship became even closer. After fooling around for a while, Qin Feng became serious. "Oh, right, Sister Hong, let me ask you something. Do you have spirit roots?" Qin Feng thought about the spirit roots that Xiaozhu mentioned. He had been interested in it before, but to save Yan Bao's life, he temporarily put it aside. Sister Hong shook her head. "I don't have spirit roots. In the entire divine continent, there are hundreds of millions of cultivators. However, those who have spirit roots are definitely 1 in 10,000, especially in the northern sand continent, where the spiritual energy is the least. There are even fewer cultivators with spirit roots. If a spirit root really appeared, it would have been taken away by 5-star sects and large clans." Qin Feng realized that not everyone had spirit roots. Moreover, it only appeared in an extremely small number of people. Once one had spirit roots, their cultivation speed would be extremely fast. Moreover, they could specialize in spirit root-related cultivation methods and martial skills. Their battle strength would be invincible in the same realm. After knowing that Sister Hong didn't have spirit roots, Qin Feng felt a bit of hope. He started to wonder if he also didn't have spirit roots. "Sister Hong, how do I test if I have spirit roots?" Qin Feng continued to ask. "There are specialized spirit testing stones. However, spirit testing stones are very rare. Only large sects and clans can get their hands on them." Qin Feng felt depressed again. This way, he wouldn't even have the chance to test himself. However, at this moment, Xiaozhu's voice sounded in his mind. "Master, the spirit testing stones are available in the system. They aren't expensive." Qin Feng was overjoyed. He said a few words to Sister Hong and entered the lounge of the flying ship. Li Sha's flying ship was very spacious and had 2 lounges. As soon as he entered the room, Qin Feng entered the system. He scanned the inventory and quickly found the spirit testing stone. Just as Xiaozhu said, the spirit testing stone wasn't expensive. It only cost 10,000 hedonist points. Ding! Host has spent 10,000 hedonist points to purchase the spirit testing stone. Total hedonist points: 534,000 hedonist points. The system notification sounded. Remember website, Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1593. With the spirit testing stone in hand, Qin Feng was eager to test his spirit root. It was a huge rock with several circular grooves around it. According to the introduction of the spirit testing stone, as long as the tester placed his palm in the middle of the spirit testing stone and circulated his qi, the spirit testing stone would work. The grooves represented the various types of spirit roots. If Qin Feng had a metal spirit root, then the groove that represented the metal spirit root would flash with light. On the divine land, there were many kinds of spirit testing stones. Some could only test the most basic metal, wood, water, fire, and earth spiritual roots. However, the spirit testing stone that Qin Feng bought was of the highest grade. It could test all hidden spirit roots. Buzz! Qin Feng placed his palm on the spirit testing stone. The surface of the stone rippled like water as he circulated his qi through his palm. The peculiar energy wave spread to all the grooves and was testing the condition of his spirit root. Qin Feng was a bit nervous. He didn't know what kind of spirit root he had, or perhaps he didn't even have one. After waiting for a while, there was no reaction from the spirit testing stone. Qin Feng became even more nervous. "Little pig, what's going on?" Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Little Pig was also very anxious. "Master, according to the normal testing time of the spirit testing stone, the spirit root should have been detected by now." Although its words were vague, Qin Feng still understood. In other words, he did not have a spirit root. "Master, don't be discouraged. Actually, many cultivators don't have spiritual roots. Rumor has it that the strongest expert on the divine supreme continent, the Grand Tao Ultimate God, is a cultivator without a spiritual root." Little Pig comforted her. Qin Feng was shocked, as he did not expect a great Tao Ultimate God to not have a spiritual root. The creation of heaven and earth skill he obtained was created by the great Tao divinity in his lifetime. Although he had only cultivated the creation chapter, Qin Feng knew that this cultivation method was incomparably powerful. This news made Qin Feng heave a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, the spirit testing stone shook as if it was about to shatter. Qin Feng and Little Pig were both shocked. Qin Feng asked, but even Little Pig didn't know what was going on. Buzz! Bursts of energy waves surged out from the grooves of the spirit testing stone, and the originally dark grooves flickered with light. Before Qin Feng took the test, he thought of many possibilities. Perhaps it was a metal spirit root, wood spirit root, or even the rare thunder spirit root or ice spirit root. However, he had never expected that all the grooves on the spirit testing stone would light up. What was going on? Little Pig, the system wouldn't have sold me a low-quality product, would it? Qin Feng even suspected that there was a problem with the spirit testing stone. The Little Pig was a bit unsure as it muttered, "The quality of the items produced by the Hedonist sovereign system is definitely guaranteed, and the spirit testing stone can't be broken. However, this is the first time I've heard of all the spirit roots shining. This must be the secret of Master's body." Qin Feng was a bit depressed. He hadn't even seen Little Pig before. Then what kind of spirit root did he have? Or did he even have spirit roots? The violent reaction from the spirit testing stone was fierce, but it left even faster. After a few breaths, the spirit testing stone calmed down again. Qin Feng circulated his qi again, but the stone did not respond. Qin Feng was a bit speechless as he put away the spirit testing stone. He still suspected that the stone was of inferior quality. In order to prove the quality of the spirit testing stone, he went to find Yan Baoming. When Yan Baoming saw that Qin Feng actually had a spirit testing stone, and it was a spirit testing stone that could test all types of spiritual roots, he looked at Qin Feng as if he was a monster. She felt that there was nothing in Qin Feng's storage ring that couldn't be taken out. "Sister Hong, take a look." Qin Feng went straight to the point. After Sister Hong calmed down, she did not have much of a reaction. When she was very young, Yan Xianhai had taken her to test for spiritual roots, and he said that she did not have spiritual roots. However, Sister Hong still placed her small hand on the spirit testing stone. After a long time, the spirit testing stone did not have any reaction. Qin Feng wondered if Sister Hong could also have all the grooves flash, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. In the end, Qin Feng put away the spirit testing stone. He realized that there was indeed no problem with the spirit testing stone. It was his own body that had a problem. "Qin Feng, did you take the test? Do you have spiritual roots?" Sister Hong did not care about the results of the test. This was within her expectations. Qin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. He did not tell her the truth. It was not that he did not believe Sister Hong, but he could not explain the situation clearly. "I also don't have spiritual roots," Qin Feng said. Sister Hong smiled charmingly at him. "Don't be depressed. Many cultivators do not have spiritual roots. Moreover, I heard that there is a type of pill that can stimulate spiritual roots, allowing cultivators without spiritual roots to obtain spiritual roots. In the future, when the Flower City auction house collects this type of pill, I will leave one for each of us." Sister Hong said it lightly, but Qin Feng knew that she was comforting him. Elixirs that could produce spiritual roots were definitely of extremely high quality. Or it could be said that Sister Hong had only heard of it, and no one knew whether it really existed or not. Qin Feng returned to the resting room in disappointment. He could not explain the situation of all the grooves flashing, so he defined himself as one of the people without spiritual roots. "Master, there are still 3 lightning pools in the astral world. We need to get rid of them as soon as possible." "Little pig," suddenly said. Qin Feng slapped his thigh. He had almost forgotten about the 3 lightning guiding formations. When he entered the astral world, he realized the severity of the problem. The 3 lightning guiding formations could not hold on any longer. The moment he entered, he could break them. The 3 lightning guiding formations stored dozens of fierce lightning bolts. If Qin Feng did not enter the astral world, then the lightning would explode and merge into the air. However, he happened to enter, and he was surrounded by a sea of lightning. It was too late for him to leave. Rumble. Thunder boomed, and a violent aura crashed into Qin Feng's body. There were also a few lightning bolts that struck his back. It was as painful as being whipped by a god. Qin Feng's clothes were tattered, and his hair was standing on top of his head. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and even his consciousness began to blur. "Master, get out. If this goes on, you will die," Little Pig shouted anxiously. Qin Feng also wanted to leave, but entering and exiting the astral world required a strong concentration of spiritual power. Now that he had been struck by multiple lightning bolts, his brain was about to turn into paste. How could he have the strength to concentrate his mind power? Rumble. Another few lightning bolts fell. Qin Feng forced his body to stay upright and began to circulate the creation manual. An airflow shield appeared on his body, but it was instantly shattered by the lightning bolts. The lightning bolts also landed on Qin Feng's body and continuously exploded around him. Loud noises surged, and the airflow created by the explosions became even more violent. Qin Feng felt a sweetness in his throat, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, in the next moment, a strange light flashed before his eyes. He suddenly sat up straight and sped up the circulation of the creation manual. Little Pig didn't understand what he was doing and kept urging him to leave the astral world. However, Qin Feng sat cross-legged and even closed his eyes. He looked like he was going to cultivate in this sea of lightning. Qin Feng really was cultivating. When the second wave of lightning struck his body, he discovered that the enormous spiritual power contained in the lightning bolts was actually absorbed by him. Moreover, as the creation manual circulated faster, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual power from the lightning bolts increased. Qin Feng no longer cared about his life and death. He focused all his attention on circulating the manual. Lightning flashed continuously above his head, and from time to time, a few lightning bolts fell. However, Qin Feng didn't seem to be afraid of these fierce lightning bolts anymore. His aura even increased rapidly, and Little Pig was speechless. Rumble. When the last lightning bolt fell, a loud noise came from Qin Feng's body. This wasn't caused by the lightning, but by him breaking through. Damn! Master, you're too amazing. You can even break through like this. Little Pig was dumbfounded. Even Qin Feng was stunned. When he felt the stronger aura in his body, he confirmed that he really broke through to level 6 Holy King. Other people would run for their lives when encountering lightning bolts, but he absorbed the energy of the lightning and broke through. Little Pig, what's going on? Qin Feng quickly calmed down from his surprise. He felt that things weren't that simple. Little Pig also came back to his senses. He frowned and said, "Master, on the path of cultivation, there are many people with extraordinary abilities. There are geniuses who can use lightning tribulations or lightning sources to break through, but only cultivators with lightning spiritual roots can do that. Otherwise, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the ferocity of the lightning. Qin Feng was stunned by Little Pig's words. If that was the case, then wasn't he a genius cultivator with lightning spiritual roots? However, in the next second, Qin Feng was puzzled. Not long ago, he had tested with a spirit testing stone, and it wasn't just a lightning spiritual root. As for this, Little Pig couldn't explain it either. Qin Feng could only put the matter of his spiritual roots aside for now. He never thought that he could break through under the attack of the lightning elemental bead. This allowed him to find a new way to cultivate quickly. Qin Feng glanced at the star ring. There was still a lightning elemental bead inside. Li Sha had 3 lightning elemental beads. One had exploded, and another had been destroyed. Now there was only one left. Master, you should stabilize your realm first. You can use the lightning elemental bead to break through in the future. Little Pig could read Qin Feng's mind. He didn't need Qin Feng to say anything. Qin Feng indeed planned to use the last lightning elemental bead to break through. On the divine continent, strength was everything. He couldn't wait to become stronger so that he could go to the East Field continent and find his mother and Li Shanshan as soon as possible. Little Pig continued, although Master's body can absorb lightning, you've never cultivated a lightning-type cultivation method. If you continue to rely on the lightning source to break through, there might be an accident. Qin Feng understood what Little Pig meant. He had already given up on the idea of breaking through. His body's condition was still unclear, and he didn't know why he could absorb the lightning source. In other words, this time he could absorb the lightning source and convert it into spiritual energy for cultivation. However, it would be troublesome if the effect disappeared the next time. Not to mention breaking through in the lightning source, he could be considered lucky if he didn't die. After Qin Feng put away the idea of breaking through, he focused his attention on the astral boundary. Previously, he had used 10 million high-grade spirit stones to expand the astral boundary to 10,000 square meters. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the astral boundary was dense. It was even more suitable for cultivation than Flower City. The second time was during the day. Chapter 1594. Not long ago, Qin Feng had killed Li Sha and obtained 5 million upper spiritual stones from his storage ring. In addition to Qin Feng's own 2 million upper spiritual stones, he had a total of 7 million upper spiritual stones. Now that he was cultivating in the astral boundary, these spirit stones were useless to him. Qin Feng kept his 2 million spirit stones for emergencies, and through the 5 million spirit stones he got from Li Sha into the astral world. Walala! 5 million spirit stones was not a small number, and it immediately piled up into a mountain. However, the speed at which the astral space devoured the spirit stones was also extremely fast. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the spirit stone mountain shrank bit by bit. Finally, it all turned into spirit energy and floated in the astral space. Qin Feng looked around. The area of the astral world was obviously much larger. It was already more than 12,000 square meters. However, Qin Feng discovered a problem. Back then, he had used 10 million superior grade spirit stones to expand the astral boundary to 10,000 square meters. Logically speaking, another 5 million should be able to expand it to 15,000 square meters. But now, there was only 12,000 square meters of space. This meant that the expansion of the astral space would become more and more difficult in the future. However, this was also within Qin Feng's expectations. The existence of a heaven-defying alternate world like the star realm would naturally consume countless spirit stones. When the 5 million high-grade spirit stones were completely converted, the density of the spiritual energy in the astral world increased by another level. Qin Feng sat on the ground and didn't need to actively absorb it. The spirit qi automatically flowed into his pores. Qin Feng was in a good mood after breaking through and expanding the astral world. He studied the system again and discovered that he had comprehended the shadowless blade during his battle with Broken Cliff Mountain's great elder Wuzun. As for the shadowless saber, it was evaluated as a high-grade martial technique by the system, so it was rewarded with a Thunder Heaven art martial technique. Qin Feng immediately checked the Thunder Heaven art. This was a set of supreme martial skills for cultivators with lightning spiritual roots. It was a high-grade earth-level martial skill, which was the same level as Qin Feng's demon, Lord Grimoire. The appearance of the Thunder Heaven technique made Qin Feng very excited. He was wondering if he had a lightning spirit root. Now that he had the Thunder Heaven spell, if he could successfully cultivate it, he would most likely have a thunder spirit root. Just as Qin Feng was about to study the Thunder Heaven scripture, he suddenly felt the formation in the room break. Realizing that Sister Hong was coming in, he immediately returned to the house from the astral space. "Ah, you broke through again?" As soon as Sister Hong entered the room, she covered her mouth in astonishment. She could sense that Qin Feng's aura had undergone a huge change. It had become stronger and more mysterious. There was no need for Qin Feng to hide anything from her. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Even Qin Feng himself felt that this kind of breakthrough speed was too heaven-defying. "I fought Li Sha to the death and comprehended some things, so I tried to break through. I didn't think I would actually break through." Qin Feng casually made up an excuse. Sister Hong's eyes were filled with shock. She still remembered the first time she met Qin Feng at the Flower City auction house 2 months ago. At that time, Qin Feng was still a first-stage Saint King. In just a mere 2 months, he had already broken through to the 6th-stage Saint King realm. Thinking of this, Qin Feng was filled with emotions. He remembered eating the golden sage elixir and breaking through to the 1st stage of the Holy King realm. After that, he broke through to the 3rd stage of the Holy King realm in the Blessed Heaven Cave ancient martial ruins in the 5 Elements Mountain. Afterwards, he ate the Golden Soul Pill and broke through to the 4th level Saint King realm. In the Star Boundary, he broke through to the 5th level Saint King realm. Then he used the Thunder Source to step into the 6th level Saint King realm. Qin Feng knew that the reason why he had such rapid breakthroughs along the way was not because of his cultivation talent. He had been constantly exploring and fighting to sharpen himself. Moreover, with the help of all kinds of elixirs, he had achieved what he had today. "Sister Hong, why are you looking for me all of a sudden? Is there something wrong?" Qin Feng changed the topic. It was hard to explain his breakthrough speed. Sister Hong suddenly came to her senses and said, "Qin Feng, we have arrived at Pear Island." Qin Feng immediately became spirited. "We arrived so soon? Didn't you say it would take 2 days and 2 nights? My spaceship did take that long, but this spaceship is of a higher grade and much faster, so we arrived earlier." The two of them walked on the street of Pear Island. Qin Feng found that Pear Island was much more prosperous than Flower City. It was a public city without a city lord or a large sect or family occupying it. These few days were the treasure hunting season of the Fallen God Sea. Countless cultivators came to Pear Island to take the Red Flower List test. Cultivators of the Saint King realm and Buddha Light realm could be seen everywhere on the street. Occasionally, they would run into spiritual venerables with true spiritual energy. Qin Feng, Pear Island isn't like Flower City. This place is full of crooks and honest people and experts. We should be careful. Sister Hong was nervous when she saw several Buddha Light realm cultivators passing by. Flower City was her father's territory, so Sister Hong didn't have to worry about anything. However, Pear Island obviously didn't have any backers who could help them. Qin Feng understood this. He didn't come to make trouble. After finishing the Red Flower List test, he would return to Flower City immediately and go to the Fallen God Sea to have a look. The two of them asked for the location of the Red Flower Hall and rushed there immediately. When they arrived at the Red Flower Hall, the entrance was already crowded with people. These people were all cultivators who came to take the red flower list test. The cultivators at the front of the line had waited for 1 day and 1 night. Usually, the Red Flower Hall doesn't have so many people who come to take the test. It seems they are all here to fight for the treasure hunting quota in the Fallen God Sea. Sister Hong frowned when she saw the long line. Qin Feng didn't expect to have to line up for the test. Looking at the progress of the line, by the time it was his turn, the Fallen God Sea treasure hunting team would have already set off. Qin Feng, what should we do? Yan Baoming had no choice but to look at Qin Feng anxiously. Qin Feng thought quickly. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered something in Sister Hong's ear. When Sister Hong heard his idea, her originally disappointed eyes lit up. Okay, I'll go set up the stall now. Sister Hong ran away, but Qin Feng continued to stand in the line. After a while, a shout came from the back of the line. Don't miss it. All kinds of flying swords, spiritual weapons, and flying artifacts are for sale. There are also spirit pills, golden pills, high-grade martial techniques, and cultivation techniques. The shout was very loud, and it immediately reached the cultivators' ears. Many people didn't care. They were here to take the red flower list test, so they didn't have the mood to care about other things. However, some people at the back of the line had nothing to do anyway, so they went to the stall. Immediately, a wave of exclamations sounded. Oh my God! Am I seeing things? Is this a 6th grade golden sage pill? There really are flying artifacts? I thought it was a gimmick. There's even a thunder elemental bead. How much is this thunder elemental bead? I want it. The owner of the stall was naturally Sister Hong. There were all kinds of cultivation resources at her feet, and most of them were taken from Qin Feng's star ring. Most of the people participating in the Red Flower List test were Saint King Realm cultivators, and the treasures on the ground were definitely a fatal temptation to Saint King Realm cultivators. Any cultivator who came up to take a look immediately stopped moving. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1595. The stall was soon surrounded by cultivators, making it unusually lively. Sister Hong was secretly delighted. It seemed that Qin Feng's method was indeed effective. Everyone, don't worry. I've only displayed a portion of the items. I still have many treasures in my storage ring that can satisfy everyone's needs. The items displayed at the stall were already attractive enough. No one expected Sister Hong to have even more powerful treasures. The crowd immediately boiled over. How are you selling these treasures? That flying magic tool looks pretty good. Are you selling it? I originally came to participate in the Red Flower List assessment. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. There are simply too many elixirs at this stall. More and more cultivators gathered here, and many more surrounded to watch the excitement. Originally, there were more than 10 people in the long line, but this time many people ran away. Qin Feng immediately filled the empty spots and quickly squeezed from the end of the queue to the middle. Humph! A bunch of ignorant fellows. They didn't even line up and ran to the stall to look for treasures? What treasures can there be at a stall? They're all trash and fakes. Hee hee. It's good that they left. This way, we'll have to line up a lot less. The cultivators still in line were also discussing fervently, but none of them were optimistic about the items at the stall. Many people were secretly delighted. They had also taken advantage of the queue because of Qin Feng's strategy. Just as the discussion heated up, Qin Feng suddenly said, "That stall is indeed full of treasures. There's a 6th grade golden pill, a flying sword, a flying ship, a mystic-level cultivation method and martial skill, and a thunder elemental bead." As Qin Feng reported the names of the treasures, the ridicule and contempt gradually subsided. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. If it was really those treasures he mentioned, it was indeed attractive. Hee hee. Everyone, don't be fooled by that kid's flowery words. If it was really as he said, why didn't he buy it himself? Why would he stand here and line up? I think he's just trying to trick us so that he can squeeze his way to the front. Someone suddenly shouted. Those restless cultivators immediately woke up with a start and stared at Qin Feng with cold eyes. Qin Feng didn't care and continued, "It's fine if you don't believe me. I do want to buy a few treasures, but I don't have enough spirit stones on me, so I can't afford them at all. Besides, the stall is just a few hundred meters away. You'll know once you get there, so why should I lie?" Looking at his serious expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Everyone became restless again. "Wang He, go take a look." There were two people standing in front of Qin Feng. The old man suddenly said to the young man beside him. Wang He was stunned. He clearly did not believe Qin Feng's nonsense. "Elder Wang, that brat is definitely spouting nonsense. Let's just ignore him." Of course, Wang Shaoqin doubted the veracity of Qin Feng's words, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. What if what Qin Feng said was true? Go and come back quickly. I'll help you keep this spot, so you don't have to worry about anyone stealing it. Wang Shaoqin's aura exploded. He was actually a ninth realm Saint King. The people standing beside him instinctively took a few steps back. Clearly, they did not want to provoke this powerful venerable. Wang He still did not believe Qin Feng's nonsense, but there was nothing he could do since the great elder had spoken. Before he left, he glared at Qin Feng. "If you dare to lie, just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back." Wang He left quickly. Qin Feng glanced at him. He was only a fifth realm Saint King. This kind of trash could be instantly killed by him. Soon, that guy ran back with a look of surprise. Elder Wang, there really is a flying magic tool, a golden core, a thunder elemental bead, and so many treasures." This person's shout was very loud. Many cultivators at the front of the line heard it. The crowd immediately exploded. Some people already rushed towards Sister Hong. "There's actually a treasure like the thunder elemental bead? Let's go take a look." That ninth realm Saint King, Elder Wang Shaoqin, could not remain calm. His figure flashed and disappeared into the distance. When Qin Feng said these things, many people had a doubtful attitude. However, Wang He had personally gone to take a look. This person could not also be a fake, right? When everyone rushed to the stall, they knew that what Wang He said was true. At this moment, Sister Hong was surrounded by cultivators. Those who did not know would think that this was the entrance to the Red Flower List assessment. Sister Hong was frightened. She did not expect that Qin Feng's treasures would cause everyone to go crazy. This time she was very embarrassed. These treasures were only taken out to attract everyone's attention. They would not really sell them. The first group of cultivators to surround them were somewhat impatient. They asked for a long time, but they did not see Sister Hong make a bid. "Hey, are you going to sell it or not? What's the use of just shouting? Woman, you are not playing with us, are you? Our time is very precious. I will pay 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for this thunder elemental bead. Just give it to me," the crowd was chattering noisily. If it was not for the fact that people were not allowed to cause trouble outside the Red Flower Hall, many cultivators would have directly robbed it. Yan Baoming was so anxious that he was sweating, but he was still trying to buy time for Qin Feng. At this moment, the door of the Red Flower Hall suddenly opened. When a few guards were about to call people in for the assessment, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. There were originally more than a dozen people in the long queue, but now there were only 7 or 8 people standing outside the door. And on the opposite side of the road, there were many cultivators jumping up and down, and no one knew what they were doing. "Brothers, is it our turn to be assessed?" Qin Feng immediately asked. Several people came back to their senses, and the leading guard said, "Ah, yes, it's your turn to be assessed." Qin Feng hurriedly entered the hall, and the other 7 cultivators also followed him in. However, the Red Flower List assessment could accommodate 100 people, and now only 8 people entered. The guard had no choice but to shout at the opposite side, "Hey, are you here to participate in the Red Flower List assessment? There are still 92 spots for the assessment. those who want to take the assessment, hurry up and come." This shout woke up the crowd. Those cultivators did not care about the thunder elemental bead or the 6th grade golden core, and rushed to the entrance of the Red Flower Hall like a swarm of bees. However, there were too many cultivators taking the assessment, no less than several thousand people. Only the more powerful 100 people rushed to the entrance, and finally, 92 cultivators were selected to enter the hall. The cultivators who did not get a spot had a cold expression on their faces and suddenly looked at Yan Baoming, only to see that the woman had already put away her stall, and no one knew where she had run off to. Damn it, we were all cheated. Wang He came to his senses. He was originally at the front of the queue, and according to the order, it should have been his turn. In the end, because he was greedy for treasures, he did not get a spot. Instead, it was his elder Wang Shaoqin who got a spot. Chapter 1596. After Qin Feng entered the hall, he used the communication stone to communicate with Sister Hong. Knowing that Sister Hong was hiding in a safe place, Qin Feng was relieved. At this time, in the grand hall of the Red Flower Hall, stood 100 cultivators. Qin Feng stood in the crowd and felt cold gazes sweep over him from time to time. Soon, Qin Feng found that person. It was Wang Shaoqin, whom he had tricked away. Qin Feng had already checked this person's aura. It was incomparably strong, even stronger than Wu Zun and Li Sha. However, Qin Feng was not worried. This was the Red Flower Hall's territory. Cultivators were not allowed to fight and cause trouble. The guards had already started arranging the groups. This was because the Red Flower rankings were broad and detailed and included the Cultivator Red Flower rankings, the Alchemist Red Flower rankings, the Artificer Red Flower rankings, and so on. Each Red Flower list was further subdivided into several levels. Although there were 100 cultivators gathered in the hall, after they were divided into groups, each group only had 3 to 5 people at most. Qin Feng naturally went to the Alchemist Red Flower List Assessment Team, and it was the Gold Pill Master Red Flower List Assessment Team. But he soon discovered a problem that Wang Shaoqin was also taking the Alchemist Red Flower List, and coincidentally he was also taking the Golden Pill Master Red Flower List. Besides Wang Shaoqin, there were 3 other people in Qin Feng's team. One of them was a white-haired old man who looked about the same age as Wang Shaoqin. The other 2 seemed to be in their 40s. After the teams were divided, Wang Shaoqin and the other 3 looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. Since this team was the Golden Core Master Red Flower List Assessment, then the participants must be Golden Core Masters. Furthermore, Qin Feng looked to be in his early 20s. How could he have stepped into the ranks of Golden Core Masters? Stinking brat, are you on the wrong side? This is the assessment team for the Golden Core Master Red Flower List. Wang Shaoqin stared coldly at Qin Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that they were inside the Red Flower Hall, he would have already attacked Qin Feng. The other 3 were also puzzled, but they did not ask. They had no enmity with Qin Feng, so they wouldn't offend him for no reason. Are you stupid? Of course I know that this is the assessment team for the Golden Core Master Red Flower List. Do I need you to tell me that? Qin Feng didn't give Wang Shaoqin any face. The other 3 were stunned and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. They could all see that Wang Shaoqin's aura was strong, and his realm was definitely not low. At the very least, Qin Feng could not defeat Wang Shaoqin. However, Qin Feng was even more powerful than Wang Shaoqin. Who knew where he got his confidence from? Wang Shaoqin gnashed his teeth in anger, and his aura surged. But he didn't dare to make a move in the end. He said coldly, "Stinking brat, I'm Wang Shaoqin, the grand elder of the Wang family, a 4-star family in the Pear Continent. Since you're so arrogant, do you dare to introduce yourself?" Qin Feng curled his lips. He wouldn't reveal his identity. Otherwise, why would he wear the 100 Changes mask? The 3 of them exclaimed in surprise. It seemed that the Pear Continent's Wang clan was not small. However, Qin Feng didn't care about this. He wasn't going to develop in Pear Continent. As long as he finished the Red Flower List assessment, he would leave this place. Moreover, Qin Feng had offended quite a number of 4-star sects in the northern Sand region. The little elder of Equal of Heaven sect, Chi Ho, and the great elder of Broken Hung Mountain, Wu Zun, were both from 4-star sections. What does it have to do with you where I am? You really talk a lot. Qin Feng curled his lips and said. The 3 of them were completely stunned. They thought that this young brat really didn't know his place. He actually dared to speak to the grand elder of the Wang clan like that. Wang Xiaoqin's old face darkened. He could only suppress his anger and said, Good, very good. I hope that after this assessment you can still be so arrogant. Halfway through his words, he suddenly laughed coldly. Haha, you're probably here because you want to get a spot to explore the Fallen God Sea. With your age, you want to enter the top 100 of the Golden Core Master Red Flower List? You're making me laugh my head off. Wang Xiaoqian realized that he couldn't fight in the hall, so he started to mock Qin Feng. The 3 of them in the same group didn't think much of Qin Feng either. They even suspected that he wasn't a real Golden Core Master. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with Wang Xiaoqian anymore. At this moment, a guard walked over to check the identities of Qin Feng and the others. Since they were here to participate in the Golden Core Master Red Flower List assessment, they naturally had to be Golden Core Masters. Although the Red Flower Hall was very powerful, there were still many cultivators who came to fish in troubled waters every year. The 3 of them had already taken out their identity jade tokens issued by the Elixir Association. The 2 men in their 40s were first-class 6th grade Golden Core Masters, while the old man was a 2nd grade 6th grade Golden Core Master. Wang Xiaoqian was the highest among them. He was a 3rd grade 6th grade Golden Core Master. After the 4 of them verified their identities, they looked at Qin Feng in unison. The 3 of them had doubtful expressions. Wang Xiaoqian had a playful smile on his face. He still didn't believe that Qin Feng could become a Golden Core Master at such a young age. Please show me your alchemist token. The guard was stunned when he walked to Qin Feng. His tone was obviously colder than before. Qin Feng didn't mind. He took out a jade token. Immediately the guard exclaimed, Why, you're a 3rd grade, 6th grade Golden Core Master. Qin Feng wasn't just a Golden Core Master. He had held back during the Elixir Association's assessment. Otherwise, he could have passed as a 2nd grade, 7th grade Elixir King. Wang Xiaoqian and the others were also stunned. They were still wondering if Qin Feng was a Golden Core Master. In the end, Qin Feng was the most skilled Golden Core Master among the 5 of them, although Wang Xiaoqian was also a 3rd grade, 6th grade Golden Core Master. He was already in his 60s. How could he be compared to Qin Feng, who was only in his early 20s? The guard was only shocked for a moment. He quickly regained his senses. When he looked at Qin Feng again, the way he looked at him had changed. His attitude was much more respectful. All right, the 5 of you, please follow me. Qin Feng took the lead. After walking for a distance, Wang Xiaoqian and the others came to their senses and immediately followed. Under the guard's guidance, the 5 of them arrived at a spacious elixir refinery pavilion. The environment here was not much different from the Elixir Association's Elixir Refinery Pavilion. There were dozens of space-separated formations, each of which was equipped with the same equipment. There were 4 people sitting at the judging panel of the Elixir Refinery Pavilion. 3 of them were wearing the uniforms of their sections. Qin Feng recognized them at a glance. They were the disciples of 3 of the 4 big pill workshops in the northern Sand region. Only the disciple of the precious Elixir Tower wasn't present. As for the other person, he was wearing a casual black robe. There wasn't any sect symbol on his robe. It was the black-robed man who stood up. My name is Xing Sanfang. I'm a rogue cultivator from the northern Sand region. Today, I'm honored to be sitting at the judging panel with the elders of the 3 big pill workshops. The man looked to be in his early 50s. He was very energetic. His voice was strong and his aura was unfathomable. Just as he announced his name, Wang Shaoqin and the others cried out in surprise. "Ah, so this is Senior Xing. I heard that Senior Xing became an elixir king 10 years ago. Moreover, he's the only rogue cultivator elixir king in the entire Northern Sand region. He's really worthy of respect. Senior Xing is a righteous and impartial person. With him as the judging panel, I can rest assured." Qin Feng didn't know Xing Sanfang. He had never heard of his name before. However, when he heard the words of Wang Shaoqin and the others, Qin Feng was shocked. There were very few elixir kings in the Northern Sand region. All the elixir kings existed in the 4 big pill workshops. The nurturing of an elixir king required countless spiritual herbs. Just having an abundance of spiritual herbs might not be enough to nurture an elixir king. It also required the elixir master's own intelligence and comprehension. Even in the 4 big pill workshops, the number of elixir kings could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, Xing Sanfang was a rogue cultivator. He didn't have the resources of a big sect to nurture him. It was indeed not easy for him to become an elixir king by himself. However, to say that Xing Sanfang was the only rogue cultivator elixir king in the Northern Sand region was definitely wrong. Qin Feng could be considered a rogue cultivator now. He was also an elixir king. Wang Shaoqin and the others regained their senses. Only then did they realize that they were here to participate in the red flower roll assessment. Xing Sanfang didn't show any signs of complacency towards the 4 of them. Instead, he looked at Qin Feng with interest. This was because Qin Feng didn't have much of a reaction after hearing his name. Xing Sanfang said a few more words. It was mainly about the rules and things to take note of during the assessment. After he finished explaining the rules, he paused for a moment before continuing. Next, I will announce today's assessment question. On the stone table in front of everyone, there are 36 types of herbs. You can pick a few herbs from the 36 types to form a pill formula and refine them into pills. The assessment question looked simple, but it made everyone wary. Everyone looked at the 36 types of herbs on the stone table. They ranged from the most common Chinese herbs to some level 5 spiritual herbs. It looked very messy. These herbs could definitely form thousands of different pill formulas. It was obviously impossible to successfully refine one type of pill and fight their way into the top 100 of the Golden Pill Master's red flower roll. Qin Feng was also aware of these problems. He was still waiting for Xing Sanfang to continue, but he saw that he had already returned to his seat. It was obvious that he had finished saying what he needed to say. This time, Qin Feng had his own conjecture. Although these 36 types of pills could form countless pill formulas, the assessment criteria would definitely be based on the quality and difficulty of the completed pill. In other words, the person who refined the highest grade pill and the pill's own medicinal properties were the rarest would have the right to fight their way into the top 100 of the Golden Pill Master's red flower roll. Thinking of this, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to start refining pills. He carefully looked at the 36 types of herbs. In an instant, hundreds of pill formulas appeared in his mind. However, these pill formulas were all rejected by Qin Feng. It wasn't that the quality of the pill was too low or that the pill was too common in the world. Even if this kind of pill was refined, it would be meaningless. Qin Feng realized that this assessment question was very difficult, but he wasn't worried. After all, he was a level 2 level 7 pill king. The quality of a level 6 pill he casually refined would far surpass that of Wang Shaoqin and the others. Moreover, he wasn't worried that Wang Shaoqin and the others were hiding their strength. One had to know that other than him, who deliberately hid his strength in the Elixir Association's assessment to obtain the identity of a low-level alchemist. Other cultivators would definitely not do this. They couldn't wait to obtain a higher identity as an alchemist because that would give them a lot of benefits. Chapter 1597. After analyzing the questions, Qin Feng calmed himself down and began to search for the best pill recipe. However, after searching through his memory, he still couldn't find a pill that satisfied him. The God-perishing sea treasure hunting spot was very important to Qin Feng. He had to enter the top 100 of the Red Flower ranking. Rumble. At this time, the two men in their 40s had already lit up their cauldrons. It seemed like they were ready to start refining pills. Wang Shaoqin and the other old man were not in a hurry. They looked like they were in deep thought. Qin Feng couldn't find a pill recipe that satisfied him, so he sent his consciousness into the system to find a powerful pill recipe. Master, you can purchase the secret book, the complete collection of medicinal pills. This secret book contains a large number of pill recipes and refining steps. There are also chapters that introduce all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual plants. Little Pig began to recommend as soon as Qin Feng entered. Qin Feng searched through the inventory interface and finally found the complete collection of medicinal pills. However, this secret book was not cheap. It cost 500,000 hedonist points. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng bought the complete collection of medicinal pills. This kind of secret book was extremely rare in the Divine Continent, so it was normal for it to be expensive. Ding! Host has spent 500,000 hedonist points and successfully purchased the complete collection of medicinal pills. Host has 34,000 hedonist points remaining. The system notification sounded. Qin Feng's heart ached when he saw that he only had 34,000 hedonist points left. However, he quickly came back to his senses and looked at the complete collection of medicinal pills. Little Pig, the complete collection of medicinal pills is too heaven-defying. It has all kinds of pill recipes. Qin Feng was stunned after a few glances. More than half of the pill recipes were things he had never heard of before. Little Pig laughed. Master, since it's called the complete collection of medicinal pills, it's naturally very comprehensive. Apart from some pill immortals and pill gods that are not passed on to outsiders, almost all pill recipes are covered in this secret book. Qin Feng had a deep understanding of the complete collection of medicinal pills. He instantly felt that spending 500,000 hedonist points on this secret book was worth it. Not only did the book contain tens of thousands of pill recipes, but it also had a special chapter that introduced the cultivation world's spiritual herbs and spiritual plants. The complete collection of medicinal pills was very thick. It was like an encyclopedia on Earth. Qin Feng couldn't finish reading it in a short time. He found that these 36 herbs could be combined into 1,256 pill recipes in the complete collection of medicinal pills. After looking through it, Qin Feng discovered that these 36 medicinal ingredients could be combined into 1,256 pill recipes in the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills. There were pills from grade 1 Wonder Pills to grade 7 King Pills. Naturally, Qin Feng would not refine miracle-grade elixirs. His main focus was on refining Tier 6 golden elixirs and Tier 7 imperial elixirs. There were 58 types of pill recipes for these two types. However, after some thought, Qin Feng decided to pass on the 8 types of king pill recipes. After all, he was a level Qin. He was AA level and had a level. Was Qin pill recipe. Medicinal pills 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and he 1, 1, 1, 1, and all in all, 1, 1. There, Feng and Wendao 1. The golden sage pill, the golden soul pill, the bone cleansing pill, and the cloud transformation pill that Qin Feng had concocted before were all here. Even the consciousness pill he had concocted at the elixir gathering was here. However, Qin Feng was not very satisfied. These pill recipes were quite common on the market, and large pill recipes were sold. If he could only concoct these pills, it would be difficult for him to make it into the top 100 of the red flower list. Just as Qin Feng was worried, his eyes lit up. He saw a pill recipe that he had never seen before. It was called the Spirit Surge pill. It was a type of level 4, level 6 golden pill. Although the grade of the pill was not very high, the medicinal effects of this pill made Qin Feng speechless. Once the Spirit Surge pill was concocted, it could give cultivators without a spirit root a chance to have a spirit root. Moreover, the spirit root would last forever. Qin Feng didn't know about spirit roots before, but now he knew about them. They were the symbol of a genius cultivator. They were something that 5-star sects and clans fought over. Thinking about spirit roots, Qin Feng thought about his body's condition. Until now, he still couldn't understand why all the grooves on the spirit testing stone lit up. He couldn't confirm whether he had a spirit root or not. But that wasn't important now. Qin Feng thought that if he could concoct the Spirit Surge pill, he could let Lin Bei and the others have spirit roots. In the long run, many cultivators on the divine supreme continent did not have spiritual roots, and the pills that could produce spiritual roots were few and far between. If the Spirit Surge pill were to appear, what kind of storm would it set off on the divine supreme continent? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. He even forgot that he was still participating in the competition. Half of the time passed unknowingly. Wang Xiaoqin and the old man had already lit up the furnace. The 4 of them were busy concocting pills. From time to time, they would glance at Qin Feng. When they saw that Qin Feng was still studying the 36 medicinal herbs on the stone table, they felt disdain in their hearts. Hee, brat, you can't even set up a pill store with so many medicinal herbs? Don't tell me you bought your gold pill master status? Wang Xiaoqin couldn't help but laugh. Although this elixir refining pavilion also had a spatial array, it didn't have a soundproof array. Everyone could hear Wang Xiaoqin's words. The 4 judges on the stage didn't say anything. They turned a blind eye to Qin Feng's behavior. Xing Sanfang was initially interested in Qin Feng, but he was disappointed when he saw that Qin Feng couldn't even concoct a pill recipe. The other 3 participants were also laughing at Qin Feng in their hearts, but they wouldn't say it out loud. At this time, Qin Feng suddenly sent out several palm strikes. A raging fire appeared under his furnace. Huh, that kid has a beast fire? The 3 participants couldn't help but exclaim. In fact, it was normal for a gold pill master to have a beast fire. But in their eyes, Qin Feng was obviously not a qualified gold pill master. It was strange for him to have a beast fire. Wang Xiaoqin was also stunned. A cold light flashed in his old eyes, but he quickly smiled and said, "Ha! What's so great about a beast fire? I have already subdued 3 kinds of beast fires." Qin Feng didn't want to pay attention to Wang Xiaoqin, but the old man was jumping up and down. He said, while lighting the fire, "What does it have to do with me how many beast fires you have? Do you have to show off this kind of thing? Aren't you being too boring?" Qin Feng found it funny. He had the purple serene flame, but he didn't show it off. He even deliberately hid the heaven fire and used the fire of destruction to concoct pills. Chapter 1598. Brat, do you dare to bet with me? Wang Xiaoqin glared at Qin Feng coldly. Qin Feng looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "Are you crazy? Why should I bet with you?" Wang Xiaoqin thought Qin Feng was afraid and immediately said proudly, "Hee, I knew you wouldn't dare to bet, but this is normal. If you bet with me knowing you will lose, then there must be something wrong with your brain." Qin Feng twitched his mouth and was speechless at Wang Xiaoqin's self-righteous thoughts. Seeing this old fellow's expression, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't spoil this person. "Sure, how do you want to bet?" Wang Xiaoqin was stunned. He thought Qin Feng was afraid of him, but he didn't expect Qin Feng to agree to the bet so quickly. However, Wang Xiaoqin quickly came back to his senses and thought that the brat must have lost his mind because of his provocation. He was indeed a brat without any shrewdness. Let's bet who will get a higher share of the pills. Do you dare? Wang Xiaoqin said confidently. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee, what if I lose? If you lose, give me your storage ring. Wang Xiaoqin stared at the emerald spirit ring on Qin Feng's finger, and his eyes lit up. Qin Feng said indifferently, what if you lose? Wang Xiaoqin was stunned. He didn't even think that he would lose. Haha, you said I'll lose? How can I lose? Since you won't lose, then why should I bet with you? Qin Feng looked at him like he was an idiot. Wang Xiaoqin was instantly speechless, and his laughter came to an abrupt stop. He suppressed the anger in his heart and changed his expression. Cough, cough. I'm joking. We are both rank 3 and 6 golden core masters. Of course I might lose. To be fair, if I lose, I'll give you my storage ring too. Qin Feng was waiting for him to say this. Although Qin Feng couldn't see Wang Xiaoqin's exact realm, he knew that this person was more powerful than Wu Zun and Li Sha. Then, his storage ring must have a lot of treasures. Seeing that Qin Feng finally agreed to the bet, Wang Xiaoqin was extremely excited. He did not put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. So what if Qin Feng was a level 3 or level 6 golden pill master? The pill recipe that Wang Xiaoqin had combined was a level 4 grade 6 golden pill. Although he was not confident that he could enter the top 100 of the golden pill red flower list, defeating Qin Feng was a piece of cake. However, just as Wang Xiaoqin was about to concentrate on concocting pills, Qin Feng suddenly stood up. Participant, do you have any questions? Xing Sanfang stood up and asked Qin Feng. Qin Feng said, Senior Xing, the old man next to me took the initiative to make a bet with me. I want to ask Senior Xing to be the notary. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiaoqin almost jumped up in anger. Although he was determined to win this bet, what if he lost? Originally, he had planned to renege on his debt if he lost. In any case, his cultivation level was higher than Qin Feng's, so that brat wouldn't dare to do anything to him. In the end, Qin Feng found a disperser to be the judge. If he lost, he would really lose. Xing Sanfang raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, What do you think this place is? This is the venue for the assessment of the red flower list. Not a place for you to open a gambling house. If you don't want to take the test, you can leave now. Qin Feng did not get angry because of Xing Sanfang's reprimand. Instead, his impression of him improved. As a rogue cultivator, Xing Sanfang's upright aura made him feel a little like Elder Su. Senior Xing, the reason why we made a bet is to encourage each other so that we can give our best to concoct the most satisfactory pills, Qin Feng explained. Xing Sanfang's eyebrows gradually relaxed. After pondering for a moment, he said, Okay, then I will be your notary. Qin Feng strode out of the compartment and handed the emerald spirit ring to Xing Sanfang. Then he said to him, Senior Xing, our bet is that the loser will give the other party his storage ring. This is my storage ring. Xing Sanfang and the other 3 judges were suddenly stunned. A storage ring was all a cultivator had. Many cultivators would rather die than hand over their storage rings. From this, it could be seen that the bet between these two was really big. After handing over the storage ring, Qin Feng looked at Wang Xiaoqin, who was still in a daze, and said, My storage ring has been handed over. Now it's your turn. Wang Xiaoqin woke up with a start. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He originally thought that Qin Feng was a young boy without any shrewdness. Now it seemed that even he was being played in the palm of his hand. However, Wang Xiaoqin quickly calmed down. So what if he handed over the storage ring? He would not lose anyway. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoqin swaggered to the judge's table and handed over his storage ring. He did not forget to glare at Qin Feng. Hee, since someone took the initiative to give me a storage ring, I will naturally accept it. Seeing that Wang Xiaoqin handed over his storage ring, Qin Feng did not even bother to pay attention to him. He directly returned to his compartment and began to concoct pills. The other 3 judges looked at Qin Feng and shook their heads with a bitter smile. They all thought that Qin Feng would lose for sure. After Wang Xiaoqin returned to his compartment, he concentrated on concocting pills. He was determined to win the bet and slap Qin Feng's face. Time flew by quickly. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the elixir concoction pavilion. It was the elixir that the man in his 40s in a white robe had finished concocting. The other 3 looked over. When they saw that he had concocted a golden sage pill, they immediately did not think highly of him. However, Qin Feng did not pay attention to them at all. At this moment, he was controlling the flame of the pill furnace with one hand and controlling the order and quantity of the medicinal ingredients with the other. Wang Xiaoqin glanced at him from time to time. When he saw the few medicinal ingredients that Qin Feng had thrown into the pill furnace, his expression became sluggish. He had no idea what Qin Feng was doing. With Wang Xiaoqin's alchemy level, he did not even know what pill recipe those medicinal ingredients could form. It seemed like he could not even gather a miraculous pill or a spirit pill. Haha. Funny, really funny. With your level, you dare to bet with me? Your storage ring will definitely be mine. Wang Xiaoqin suddenly laughed. He was a little worried before, but now he completely did not care about Qin Feng. Hee, that guy's golden pill master status must have been bought. He is simply courting death. The cultivator in his 40s who had not formed a pill sneered. The old man did not say anything, but after looking at Qin Feng's medicinal ingredients, he shook his head. At this moment, even the 4 judges on the judges' table were confused. They had no idea what Qin Feng was doing. What is that guy doing? What kind of pill can he refine with that cauldron of medicinal ingredients? The alchemist from Square Tower questioned. The alchemist from the Spirit Pill Association said, I have never seen this kind of pill recipe before. It seems like that guy is not a real golden pill master. He might not even be a miraculous pill master. The alchemist from Immortal Grassgate also said, Is the Elixir Association's examination so lax now? Can anyone pass the golden pill master status? Or could it be that this guy has some background and used money or connections to get a golden pill master status? The 3 of them discussed from the pill recipe to the loopholes in the Elixir Association's examination. Xing Sanfang was the only one who remained silent. At the start, he did not understand Qin Feng's medicinal ingredients. However, when Qin Feng threw in the last medicinal ingredient, Xing Sanfang's expression changed drastically. That was a clear spirit grass, a 5th grade spirit herb. It was also the highest grade spirit herb among the 36 medicinal ingredients in this examination. However, even though the clear spirit grass was precious, it was rarely used by alchemists as medicine. Firstly, the medicinal properties of the clear spirit grass were very unstable. If one did not control it well, the entire pill recipe would be ruined, resulting in the failure of pill formation. Another reason was that in the current pill recipes, there were very few that used the clear spirit grass. However, Xing Sanfang had heard of a type of pill recipe that used the clear spirit grass. It was also because of the power of this pill recipe that Xing Sanfang could not remain calm at this moment. Even his body was trembling. Senior brother Xing, are you all right? The other 3 judges saw Xing Sanfang's abnormality, and someone asked out of concern. However, Xing Sanfang did not have the time to care about that person at all. He seemed to be mumbling to himself, impossible. Even though that pill recipe is for a level 4 6th grade golden pill, the pill formed is even more precious than an immortal pill. This guy is so young. How could he know that pill recipe? Moreover, he is still refining this pill recipe. Seeing that Xing Sanfang was ignoring everyone, the 3 people shook their heads in confusion. However, at this moment, a series of muffled sounds came from the Elixir Refinement Pavilion. The other 2 participating cultivators had also completed their pills. The man in his early 40s had refined the poison cleansing pill. This was a level 1, 6th grade golden pill. Its main purpose was to remove the accumulated toxins and internal injuries in the body. In terms of usage and preciousness, it was not as good as the golden sage pill refined by another cultivator. As for the true essence pill refined by the old man, it was a level 2, 6th grade golden pill. It could slightly enhance the cultivator's true essence. It was not very precious either. At this moment, only Wang Xiaoqin and Qin Feng had not completed their pills. Everyone's gaze fell on Wang Xiaoqin. As for Qin Feng, he was completely ignored. Even though Wang Xiaoqin's pill was still in the purification stage, some of the judges had already seen through it. That elder refined the golden soul pill, a level 4, 6th grade golden pill. Even though the golden soul pill is precious, it is still far from being able to enter the top 100 of the golden pill refiners' red flower list. The pill refiner from the Spiritual Pill Association echoed. It seems that the cultivators who came to take the exam these few days have poor aptitude. They are only here to try their luck for the treasure-hunting spot in the fallen god sea. Wang Xiaoqin had not even completed his pill, but the 3 judges already had no hope for him. As for Qin Feng, the 3 judges did not even bother to look at him. They passed him from the start. Seeing that no one had the potential to enter the top 100 of the golden pill refiners' red flower list, the 3 judges were a little disappointed. If there really was a golden pill refiner in the top 100 of the red flower list, then they could represent their sect to accept that person as a disciple. Boom! There was a loud explosion as Wang Xiaoqin's pill came out of the furnace. He looked at the 3 golden soul pills that flew out of the pill furnace with an excited look on his face. In fact, Wang Xiaoqin also knew that it would be very difficult for the golden soul pill he refined to enter the top 100 of the golden pill refiners' red flower list. However, what he was more concerned about now was not the red flower list, but the bet with Qin Feng. Now that the golden soul pill had been successfully refined, Wang Xiaoqin's heart was completely at ease. He looked at Qin Feng, who was still refining pills, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 1599. Rumble. Before Wang Xiaoqin's laughter died away, a loud noise came from Qin Feng's cauldron. Wang Xiaoqin, the 4 contestants, and the 4 judges were all stunned. No one had expected Qin Feng to make a pill. What's going on? You made a pill. Wang Xiaoqin's face was full of shock. The judges of the 3 major elixir workshops also began to discuss. I've seen that kid's herbs. He can't make a pill at all. How did he make a pill? What a strong pill fragrance. This is definitely a 6th grade golden pill. Did that kid make a hermit elixir recipe? He looks like he's in his early 20s. How is that possible? Everyone realized that something was wrong and looked at Qin Feng in a daze. Xing Sanfang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly came to his senses and walked toward Qin Feng with bright eyes. Quick, show me the pill you refined. Xing Sanfang seemed to have changed into a different person, which made everyone even more puzzled. Qin Feng was surprised. He realized that Xing Sanfang had most likely seen through his pill recipe. The Spirit Surge pill was a hermit elixir recipe that was not known to outsiders. How could Xing Sanfang see through it? Qin Feng had no idea how he knew about this pill recipe. There were 5 Spirit Surge pills in this cauldron, and Qin Feng gave one to Xing Sanfang. Senior Xing, please appraise it. Xing Sanfang's hand was trembling as he held the pill. He opened his palm and placed the Spirit Surge pill on his palm. Under the illumination of the luminous pearls in the hall, the Spirit Surge pill emitted a faint green light. The pill was round and smooth, and there were 6 clear pill patterns on it, proving that it was indeed a 6th grade golden pill. Everyone had gathered around to see it, and they were discussing it. Is this really a 6th grade golden pill? I've never seen it before. Senior Marshal Brother Xing, do you recognize this pill? Tell us about it. If the representatives of the 3 major elixir workshops could not recognize the Spirit Surge pill, Then Wang Xiaoqin and the other three were even more confused. Wang Xiaoqian was on tenterhooks, afraid that Qin Fen's sixth-grade golden pill was even better than his golden soul pill. As for the other three contestants, they were still in a daze. They had looked down on Qin Fen before, but now they did not even have the courage to speak. Xing Sanfang examined the spirit surge pill for a long time, and the excitement and shock on his face became more and more intense. He said in a trembling voice, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a spirit-charging pill." The moment these words were spoken, the alchemy pavilion suddenly quietened down. Wang Xiaoqin and the other three participants were at a loss. Clearly, they had never heard of the spirit surge pill. On the other hand, the expressions of the judges from the three major pill stores changed drastically. Even though they had never seen the spirit surge pill before, they had long heard of such a heaven-defying immortal pill. The spirit surge pill was indeed called an immortal pill in the divine continent. Even though it was only a level 4 6th-grade golden pill, its effect had definitely reached the level of an immortal pill. Even an imperial pill could not compare to it. The reason why the spirit surge pill was so precious was that many cultivators wondered if it even existed. This was because the pill recipe for this pill had long been lost, and the clear spirit grass required to refine the spirit surge pill was also extremely rare. But now, a spirit-charging pill was right in front of them. How could the representatives of the three big pill stores not be shocked? "Senior Brother Xing, you're not joking, right? Is this really a spirit surge pill?" The representative of the four-corner tower asked doubtfully. "The spirit surge pill is only a legendary pill. It hasn't appeared in the northern sand continent for almost 100 years. This participant is so young. How could he have refined the spirit surge pill?" The representative from the Spiritual Pill Association was also in disbelief. Seeing the four judges so shocked, Wang Xiaoqin and the other three could not understand what was going on. In the end, Wang Xiaoqian could not hold it in anymore. He stood up and asked, "Senior Xing, what grade is this spirit surge pill? Is it better than the level 4 6th-grade golden soul pill I refined?" "My golden soul pill is the best pill for a 3rd stage holy king to break through to the 4th stage. It's rare even in the market and extremely expensive." Wang Xiaoqin did not understand the market at all. His words almost made the four judges laugh. If Qin Feng really refined the spirit surge pill, it would definitely be better than all the other imperial pills. Wang Xiaoqin's cauldron of golden soul pills could not be compared to it. It was extremely laughable. The judge did not pay attention to Wang Xiaoqin at all. He even found it difficult to look at him. He calmed down a little, looked at Qin Feng and said, "Did you refine the spirit surge pill?" The atmosphere suddenly froze. As they left, the four judges stared at Qin Feng, waiting for his reply. "Senior Xing, you have a good eye. This is indeed the spirit surge pill." Qin Feng had a calm expression, as if the spirit surge pill was nothing. The four of them exclaimed. The way they looked at Qin Feng had completely changed. The four-way tower's representative smiled and said, "Young hero Qin, I am an elder of the four-way tower. I wonder if you're interested in joining the four-way tower?" The representatives of the Spiritual Elixir Association and Immortal Grass faction immediately followed suit. "Young hero Qin, I am Elder Feng Yushu of the Spiritual Elixir Association. Our Immortal Grass faction is also very interested in young hero Qin. We hope that you can join the Spiritual Elixir Association. Our Immortal Grass faction has an empty position for a young elder. If young hero Qin is willing to join the Immortal Grass faction, we can let you be the young elder." The representative of the Immortal Grass faction was even more direct. The three of them threw an olive branch to Qin Feng. This scene completely shocked Wang Xiaoqin and the other three. These were the three strongest pill shops in the northern sand continent. What did Qin Feng do to deserve their invitation? to the extent that the pill refiners of the Immortal Grass faction directly proposed the position of young elder. It was truly unimaginable. Wang Shaoqin was very unhappy that he did not get an answer to his question. He was very confident in his Golden Soul pill, although it would be difficult for him to squeeze into the top 100 of the Golden Pill refiner's red flower roll. It would not be a problem for him to defeat Qin Feng. Therefore, he jumped out again and said to Xing Sanfang, Senior Xing, "Since both my pills and that lad's pills have been refined, please judge them so that that lad will admit his defeat wholeheartedly." Xing Sanfang was stunned. He had originally ignored Wang Shaoqin. Who would have thought that this old man would jump out to make trouble for him? If young Hero Qin really refined the Spirit Surge pill, then you don't even have the right to compete with him, Xing Sanfang said honestly. Wang Shaoqin was shocked. The other 3 cultivators were also in disbelief. Xing Sanfang ignored their expressions and continued. "Perhaps you have not even heard of the Spirit Surge pill. This is a type of golden pill that has been lost for hundreds of years. Although it is a golden pill, it is called an immortal pill. The Spirit Surge pill's effect is very unique. It can allow cultivators without spiritual roots to have a chance of forming spiritual roots. I believe I do not need to explain what the appearance of a spiritual root means to a cultivator." Xing Sanfang explained the effects of the Spirit Surge pill. Instantly, Wang Shaoqin and the other 3 were dumbfounded. Chapter 1600. Wang Shaoqin had long lost his temper with the Spirit Surge pill. Even he had to admit that the Golden Soul pill he refined was trash. However, Wang Shaoqin quickly came to his senses. He glared at Qin Feng with his old eyes and shouted, "For senior judges, don't be deceived by this kid's flowery words. Even if the Spiritual Surge pill really appeared on the divine continent 100 years ago, it doesn't mean this kid can refine it since the pill formula has been lost. Where did this kid get it from? Moreover, he's just a kid in his early 20s. How could he refine a heaven-defying immortal pill like the Spirit Surge pill?" Wang Shaoqin's words were directed at Qin Feng. His words were also the doubts in the others' hearts. The representatives of the 3 major pill stores who were eager to win Qin Feng over had calmed down. As for whether Qin Feng had concocted a Spirit Surge pill or not, they had their doubts. Only Xing Sanfang believed in Qin Feng, but he also hoped that Qin Feng could prove it himself. Otherwise, he would not be able to convince the crowd just by saying that it was a Spirit Surge pill. "Young Hero Qin, can you show me the Spirit Surge pill's formula?" Xing Sanfang suggested. Qin Feng shook his head. The pill formula was a product of the system. He did not know if it would be seen through. Moreover, even if it was not a product of the system, Qin Feng could not just give it to someone else. This was the pill formula for the Spirit Charging pill, a priceless treasure. "Senior Xing, I can't give you the pill formula, but I have other ways to prove that this is the Spirit Surge pill." Xing Sanfang's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he quickly recovered. "All right, please prove it, young Hero Qin." Everyone looked at Qin Feng, waiting for his next move, other than Wang Shaoqin. The other 7 people were looking forward to Qin Feng's proof, because it meant that the Spirit Surge pill, which had been lost for 100 years, had reappeared. Everyone present was a cultivator without a spiritual root. Who wouldn't want to create a spiritual root through the pill? Qin Feng did not move. He asked Xing Sanfang, Senior Xing, "Do you have a spiritual root?" "No." Xing Sanfang's answer was straightforward. "Just in time. Senior Xing has a Spirit Surge pill with him. Eat it now and see if you can create a spiritual root." Qin Feng smiled. Xing Sanfang was stunned and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. If this was really a Spirit Surge pill, why would Qin Feng be so generous as to give him one? This favor was too heavy, and Feng Xing wasn't someone who liked to take advantage of others. However, under the extreme temptation of the Spirit Charging pill, even Xing Sanfang could not resist. All right, since young hero Qin trusts me, then I won't be pretentious. If this spirit surge pill can really help me form a spirit root, then I will owe young hero Qin a huge favor. If young hero Qin needs my help in the future, just let me know. Xing Sin cupped his fists towards Qin Feng, then swallowed the spirit surge pill. The crowd was envious, especially the representatives of the 3 great pill stores. At this moment, their intestines were green with regret. It was also because they didn't like Qin Feng so much that Qin Feng gave the spirit surge pill to Xing Sin Feng. If they had said one more word to Qin Feng before, they might have received a huge pie that fell from the sky and landed on their heads. However, it was too late. Everyone could only watch helplessly as they dispersed. Xing Sanfeng was already sitting cross-legged. The spirit surge pill melted in his mouth. Bursts of rich pill fragrance rippled in his mouth, accompanied by a turbulent flow of spirit qi into his body. Although Xing Sanfeng was not sure if this was the spirit surge pill, from the spirit qi and medicinal fragrance, it was definitely a supreme grade golden pill. Xing Sanfeng already had some hope in his heart to be able to refine such a supreme grade golden pill. At the same time, he was also a little surprised. Even as a level 3, level 7 pill king, he could at most refine a golden pill of the same standard as Qin Feng. But Qin Feng was only a golden pill master, and so young. Senior brother Xing, how do you feel? Not long after Xing Sanfeng swallowed the pill, Feng Yushu and the other 2 asked urgently. However, Qin Feng did not answer. Xing Sanfeng felt the rich spirit qi in the pill suddenly surge and condense crazily at the top of his head. He had eaten no less than 1,000 pills in his life, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Normally, after consuming a pill, the spirit qi would surge in the meridians and finally condense in the dantian. But the pill that Qin Feng refined was really special. Xing Sanfeng was stunned for a moment, but he felt like his brain was about to explode from the spirit qi. Oh no, the spirit qi has all gone to my brain. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this pill. Xing Sanfeng could not take it anymore and suddenly shouted. Everyone was shocked and even retreated tens of steps. At this moment, Xing Sanfeng's face was red, and all his hair was floating on top of his head. His eyeballs were about to pop out, and he felt like his brain was really about to explode. The crowd was at a loss when they saw this scene. They saw Wang Shaoqin attack Qin Feng with a palm. Brat, you dare to refine a fake pill to harm Senior Xing's life. Let this old man deal with you. Rumble. A loud explosion suddenly sounded. That palm hit empty air and shattered a part of the pill refinement pavilion's spatial formation. Qin Feng felt a wave of fear when he landed. Luckily, he had been on guard against Wang Shaoqin. Otherwise, that sudden attack would have seriously injured him. Wang Shaoqin did not follow up with a second palm strike. He stood rooted to the ground in shock. Clearly, he did not expect Qin Feng to be able to dodge his surprise attack. Brat, you actually hid your strength. Let me see how many more palms you can take. Wang Shaoqin was instantly furious. He was a dignified level 9 holy king, but he was defeated by a brat. He felt that he had lost all his face. The second palm strike flew out quickly, and its aura clearly increased by several times. The entire pill refinement pavilion was blown by a strong wind, as if it was about to collapse. But no one stood up to stop Wang Shaoqin. Even the representatives of the 3 big pill stores did not move. The 3 of them were somewhat dissatisfied. Wang Shaoqin dared to make a move at the examination site, which was a challenge to their dignity and that of the Red Flower Hall. Although the 3 of them were quite skilled in alchemy, their realms were a bit lacking. In fact, none of them was even a match for Xing Sanfeng. Rumble. The palm wind finally fell. Just as it was about to hit Qin Feng, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. It seemed to be a very casual palm strike, but it easily blocked Wang Shaoqin's attack, although the explosion was very loud. That man's body formed a light shield. The light shield flickered with 7 different colors, and it was dazzling. The airflow of the explosion was trapped in the light shield and did not dissipate. 7 changes of Buddha aura. Senior Xing has actually stepped into the 7 changes of Buddha aura. The man who attacked was Xing Sanfang. His casual palm strike caused the crowd to boil. Wang Shaoqin was so scared that he immediately retreated. He was just a holy king realm cultivator. How would he dare to behave atrociously in front of a Buddha aura realm expert? As for the other 3 participating cultivators, they were trembling with fear. This was the first time they had seen a Buddha aura realm expert make a move. He was indeed worthy of being the first elixir king in the world of rogue cultivators. Not only was his alchemy level powerful, but his cultivation realm was also beyond compare. Swish! Xing Sanfang withdrew his palm. In an instant, the light shield formed by the 7 kinds of Buddha aura disappeared, and the powerful attack that Wang Shaoqin had made also disappeared. Even the aftershock could not be found. Xing Sanfang did not care about Wang Shaoqin. He could not hide the surprise on his face. He walked in front of Qin Fun, cupped his fists, and said, "Thank you, young hero Qin, for allowing me to have my own fire spirit root." Xing Sanfang's words caused the atmosphere in the hall to freeze. No matter how stupid they were, they understood that Qin Fun's cauldron of spirit surge pills was real. Thinking that it was an immortal pill that could help cultivators without spirit root form a spirit root, the few present wanted to kill Qin Fun and rob him of the remaining 4 spirit surge pills. But when they remembered that an abnormal expert like Xing Sanfang was present, they immediately dispelled their thoughts. Senior Xing is too courteous. Congratulations on breaking through to the fire spirit root. Qin Fin was sincerely happy for Xing Sanfang. This senior was as upright as 4-way tower Senior Su. Moreover, Xing Sanfang could form a fire spirit root. This proved that the spirit surge pill was effective. This made Qin Fin very excited. Xing Sanfang's eyes were still filled with shock. He was aware of the status that Qin Fin represented. This was a person who possessed the pill recipe for the spirit surge pill. If the cultivators of the divine supreme continent knew about the spirit surge pill, Qin Fin would be roped in by various super forces. However, Xing Sanfang also thought of the danger that Qin Fin was in. Such a precious pill recipe, many people would use all means to obtain it. Young hero Qin, with this spirit surge pill, you can definitely become number 1 on the Golden Core Masters Red Flower list. As for your bet with that guy, you won it all. As Xing Sanfang spoke, he handed Wang Xiaoqin's storage ring to Qin Fin. At this moment, Qin Fin was not even in the mood to check the old man's storage ring. After knowing that the spirit surge pill really had the effect of forming a spirit root, his heart could not remain calm. The crowd gasped in surprise. Wang Xiaoqin and the other 3 contestants looked at Qin Fun in shock. They were all here to participate in the Golden Core Masters Red Flower list assessment, and none of them had high hopes. They never expected that Qin Fun, whom they had overlooked at the start, would become the number 1 on the Golden Core Masters Red Flower list. Junior brothers, do you have any objections to Qin Fin becoming the number 1 on the Golden Core Masters Red Flower list? Xing Sanfang looked at the other 3 solemnly. The 3 of them had not completely recovered from their shock. Even if Xing Sanfang did not bring up this matter, the 3 of them were certain that Qin Fun was the number 1 on the Golden Core Masters Red Flower list. A guy who could refine the Spirit Surge pill was not just number 1 on the Golden Core Masters Red Flower list. Even if he were to take the Pill King's Red Flower list, he would still be number 1. The value of the Spirit Surge pill could not be measured with money. This was a pill that could be listed as an immortal pill, and in the entire northern sand continent, only the number 1 pill store, the 4-way tower, had a Tier 1 Tier 8 pill immortal. However, as the representative of the 4-way tower, He knew very well that there was no pill immortal in the four-way tower. That elder was only a Tier 9 pill king. As for the title of pill immortal, it was just a bluff from the four-way tower to fool people. Chapter 1601. Feng Yushu had already stood up and said to Xing Sanfang and Qin Feng with a smile, "Senior brother Xing, since young hero Qin can refine the Spirit Surge pill, then the first place on the Golden Pill Master Red Flower list is definitely his." The Immortal Grass Gate Judge also expressed his opinion. "I agree with young hero Qin's ascension to the first place on the Golden Pill Master Red Flower list." After saying that, the three looked at the four-way tower judge. Because the current first place on the Golden Pill Master Red Flower list was from the four-way tower, and she was a woman called Su Ru'er. Speaking of Su Ru'er, almost all the cultivators in the northern sand continent had heard of her. This beautiful woman was not only a cultivation genius, but also a pill concoction genius. She was only in her 30s, but she had already reached the Sage King realm. Her pill concoction skills had reached the level of a level 7 or 6 golden pill master. The four-way tower judge had a bitter expression. The first place on the red flower list was very important, but the other three judges had unanimously approved it, so it was useless even if he disagreed. Moreover, Qin Feng had refined the Spirit Surge pill. Even if the higher-ups of the Red Flower Hall were to judge, the first place on the Golden Pill Master Red Flower list would definitely belong to Qin Feng. Haha, since the three of you have unanimously approved of young hero Qin, the four-way tower naturally has nothing to say, the four-way tower judge said insincerely. Xing Sanfang nodded, and his expression turned serious. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "Very well. I hereby announce that the first place of the Golden Pill Master Red Flower list will now be replaced by Qin Feng, the former disciple of the Square Tower, Su Ru'er. As for the other Golden Pill Masters, their positions on the Red Flower list will be moved down one place. The 100th place disciple will be removed from the Red Flower list." Xing Sanfang made the final decision. Wang Shaoqin and the other three contestants were still in a daze. The four of them looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. This kid really became the first place on the Golden Pill Master Red Flower list? Why did it feel like a dream? 3 junior brothers, go and report this matter to the elders of the Red Flower Hall. Xing Feng issued an order to the 3 people. Although the 4 judges unanimously approved of Qin Feng as the first place, some procedures still had to be followed. The 3 of them had already left the alchemy pavilion. They chatted amiably with Qin Feng as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. As for Wang Shaoqin and the other 3, they were still dumbfounded. For a moment, they didn't know whether they should stay or leave. After chatting for a while, he saw that they were still standing there. He shouted coldly, "The 4 of you have failed the assessment. Why don't you leave quickly?" The 4 of them felt their hearts tighten as they hurriedly left the alchemy pavilion. Not long ago, Xing Sanfang had displayed the strength of the 7 transformations of Buddhist light. No one wanted to provoke this expert. However, Wang Shaoqin paused at the door and turned around to glare at Qin Feng. Not only had he been slapped in the face by Qin Feng today, but he had also lost his storage ring. Wang Shaoqin wasn't going to let this matter go. He firmly remembered Qin Feng's appearance and planned to settle the score with him later. Seeing that the people from the alchemy pavilion had left, the dispersing side suddenly became serious. "Young hero Qin, I don't know where you got the Spirit Surge pills recipe, and I won't ask you for it again. However, I have to remind you that the appearance of the Spirit Surge pill will definitely shake the entire divine continent. I believe you'll have a lot of troubles in the future." Qin Feng cupped his fists toward Xing Sen gratefully. "Thank you for your reminder, Senior Xing. I'll be more careful in the future." Xing Sanfang nodded, but the solemn expression on his face did not fade for a long time. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I can see that you're just a 6th level Saint King, so no matter how careful you are, it's still very dangerous. I would suggest that you find a strong backer. 4-way tower is not bad, especially Senior Su. Not only is he a tier 3 tier 7 pill king, but he has also attained the Buddha Light 9 Changes realm. Most importantly, he is a magnanimous and upright person. If you can become his disciple, you will be much safer. Qin Feng didn't expect Wander Fong to mention Elder Su. In fact, he had already become Elder Su's disciple during the Elixir Association's assessment. However, he didn't expect Elder Su to be at the 9 Buddha transformation realm. Didn't that mean he could break through to the spirit detecting realm at any time? However, Qin Feng would not join the 4-way tower. Otherwise, he would have joined after the Elixir Association's assessment. Qin Feng still had to find many people from the outside world. He even wanted to go to the East Field continent to take a look. Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior Wander. As an itinerant cultivator, I'm used to living a free and unfettered life. I don't really like joining a sect. Wander Fong's eyes lit up. He was excited as if he had found a confidant. Actually, the 4-way tower had also invited him to join, but he yearned for freedom, just like Qin Feng. That was why he remained an itinerant cultivator. Actually, there's another reason why I want you to join the 4-way tower. After all, you snatched Su Ru, or his first place on the Golden Core Master's Red Flower list. Su Ru is an extremely arrogant and competitive woman. She never admits defeat. If she finds out about this, she will definitely not let you off. Wanderer Fong laughed. Qin Feng didn't care about Su Ru. He had come to participate in the Golden Core Master's Red Flower list mainly to obtain a slot to enter the Fallen God Sea. If Su Ru really found him, he could just return the first place to her. Qin Feng didn't care about a mere title. Moreover, Qin Feng had used Xiao Feng's identity to participate in the assessment. Whether Su Ru could find him was another matter. Xing Sen patiently gave Qin Feng a few more instructions, all of which were to tell him to hide his identity and not to let the matter of the Spirit Surge pill be exposed. As for the Red Flower Hall, Wander Fong expressed that he could ask the higher-ups to keep the secret. However, Wang Xiaochen and the others who left made Wander Fong feel slightly regretful. He should have warned them. After talking about the Spirit Charge pill, Qin Feng couldn't wait to get back to the main topic. Senior Xing, since I obtained the first place, do I have the right to enter the Fallen God Sea? Wander Fong nodded and said, as long as you are in the top 100 of the Red Flower list, you have the right to enter the Fallen God Sea. However, I have to remind you that although most of the beasts in the Fallen God Sea have migrated to the Deep Sea region during the season, there are still some beasts left to guard the territory. Those beasts are of different levels. There are even level 6 beasts that have the strength of a Buddha Light realm cultivator. Apart from that, many cultivators will start a massacre in order to fight for resources. You have to be careful. Qin Feng was touched. He hadn't known Wander Fong for long, but this person was very considerate of him. By the way, Senior Xing, aren't you going to the Fallen God Sea? Wanderer Fong smiled and said, the Fallen God Sea is the home ground of you youngsters. How can an old man like me go? Actually, there is no age or cultivation limit for exploring the Fallen God Sea. But there are some things that everyone has a tacit understanding about. As long as a cultivator has stepped into the Buddha Light realm, most will consciously avoid the Fallen God Sea to search for treasures. However, some shameless cultivators can't avoid going there to fight for resources. So if you meet a senior with a high cultivation on the island, no matter what you find, you have to give it to them. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1602. Qin Feng knew more about treasure hunting in the Fallen God Sea. Mobile phones had no ads and they saved the most data. He knew that even righteous seniors like Xing Sen Fong would not go to the Fallen God Sea, and Qin Feng respected them for doing so. If powerful seniors went to the fallen god sea, how could juniors like Qin Fen have the chance to find treasures? This way, a terrifying situation would occur in the northern sand region. The older cultivators would get higher and higher, and the younger cultivators would not have the resources to cultivate. This was not a long-term development method, and in a few hundred years, the northern sand region would be completely destroyed. After the two chatted for a while, the judges from the 3 pill shops returned. 4 elders followed them, wearing gray robes with a red flower symbol embroidered on their chests. Without the introduction, Qin Fen could guess that they were from the Red Flower Hall, and their status would not be too low. This is young Hero Qin. Once the 4 entered the hall, they immediately surrounded Qin Fen, not even greeting Xing Sanfeng. Qin Feng immediately felt a strong pressure on him. He quickly looked at the 4 of them, but he couldn't see through their cultivations. Xing Sanfeng's attitude towards the 4 of them was much more respectful, and he introduced, "Young Hero Qin, these 4 are the 4 great elders of the Red Flower Hall. Elder by Shan, Elder by Feng, Elder by Lin, and Elder by Hua. For elders, this is Qin Fen, who won the Gold Core Master Red Flower list not long ago." The 4 elders were all of the Mu generation, so they were named with the word Mu in their names. They stared at Qin Fen with burning gazes, evidently having heard that Qin Fen had concocted the Spirit Surge pill. Junior Qin Fen greets the 4 elders. Qin Fen was slightly nervous. He was afraid that the 4 of them were here for the Spirit Surge pill and the pill formula. If that was the case, should he give it to them or not? A representative walked out from the 4, stroking his white beard, and revealed an amiable smile. "Hee hee. Young Hero Qin, don't be so polite. You were able to concoct the Spirit Surge pill at such a young age and reach the top of the Gold Core Master Red Flower list. The younger generation will surpass the older." Qin Fen's heart sank. He was sure that the 4 old fellows were here for the Spirit Surge pill. Otherwise, with their status, they wouldn't be fawning over him. Qin Fen feigned ignorance and said with a smile, "Since I've obtained the first place on the Golden Core Master Red Flower list, then I'll have to trouble the 4 elders to give me a god-perishing sea treasure hunting token." The 4 elders' expressions changed. It was clear that they were not interested in the topic of the Godfall Sea. The white-haired old man laughed and said, "There's no hurry. It's just a mere treasure hunting spot in the fallen God Sea. As long as young Hero Qin is willing to give the Spirit Surge pills, pill formula, and elixirs to our Red Flower Hall, you can even have 10 spots." Bai Shan couldn't wait to reveal her foxtail. Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. How could he give something like that away, just like that? Without waiting for him to speak, Xing Sanfeng said coldly, "Elder Bai Shan, didn't Feng Yushu and the others tell you?" Bai Shan was stunned. "What did you say?" Seeing this, Xing Sanfeng guessed that Feng Yushu and the others didn't mention that Qin Feng had refined 5 Spirit Surge pills in one go. The reason why the 3 of them didn't say anything was probably because they were hiding their own selfish motives. They wanted to obtain the Spirit Surge pills themselves. If they told others, the Spirit Surge pills would fall into the hands of Bai Shan and the other 4 elders. The Spirit Surge pill is extremely precious, and the refining process is extremely complicated. Young Hero Qin was lucky enough to refine one not long ago, but I ate it. How could there be another Spirit Surge pill now? Xing Sanfeng said with a smile. Bai Shan and the other 4 elders' expressions immediately turned cold. They looked like they couldn't wait to dissect Su San's formula and dig out the Spirit Surge pills. Qin Feng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at Xing Sanfeng gratefully. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. After a moment, Bai Shan said coldly, "If the Spirit Surge pill is gone, then so be it. Young Hero Qin, give the Spirit Surge pill formula to the Red Flower Hall. We promise we won't leak it. This way, you'll become a good friend of the Red Flower Hall, and no one will dare to harm you in the future. Bai Shan clearly wanted to take the pill formula by force, but she said it was for Qin Feng's good. Qin Feng felt disgusted, but Bai Shan and the other three elders' strength was unfathomable. This was their territory, so he couldn't shed all pretense of cordiality. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng said, "Okay, I'll give you the pill formula." Everyone was startled. No one thought that Qin Feng would agree so quickly. Xing Sanfang couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up for him and said, "For elders, the Spirit Surge pill formula is young Hero Qin's personal property. If he doesn't want to hand it over, you can't force him, right?" The four elders glared and looked angrily at Xing Sanfang. Bai Shan's body even released a powerful aura. It was even more powerful than Xing Sanfang's. "Xing Sanfang, what do you mean by this?" Young Hero Qin was clearly the one who willingly handed over the pill formula. How'd it become my Red Flower Hall forcing him? What's more, now that the Spirit Surge pill has appeared, if young Hero Qin doesn't find a powerful backer, I'm afraid he won't be able to live long in the northern sand region. Bai Shan spoke without restraint. Xing Sanfang didn't dare to act recklessly under his powerful aura, but his face was full of anger. Qin Feng was afraid that Xing Sanfang would really fight with Bai Shan and the others. He hurriedly said, "Senior Xing, I appreciate your good intentions. Actually, the Spirit Surge pill is a pill formula that benefits cultivators. It should be shared with everyone. If I kept it for myself, it would seem a bit stingy." Xing Sanfang looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. However, he quickly saw a flash of light in Qin Feng's eyes. He realized that Qin Feng had his own plans, so he didn't say anything more. Bai Shan and the others were already grinning from ear to ear. Haha, young Hero Qin is young, but his awareness is extraordinary. He's worth learning from. Since that's the case, young Hero Qin should quickly give us the pill formula. The four of them couldn't wait any longer. They almost wanted to take the pill formula from Qin Feng. Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. However, his expression didn't change as he said, "Of course. However, before I give you the pill formula, I need to get a token to go treasure hunting in the Fallen God Sea." A look of disdain flashed in the four's eyes. A mere treasure hunting spot in the Fallen God Sea was nothing. They didn't care about it at all. In the end, Qin Feng brought it up several times. Indeed, this kid was too young and had too low standards. Hee, of course. Bai Feng, go get a token, Bai Shan said to an old man beside her. After Bai Feng left the Elixir Refinement Pavilion, Bai Shan became anxious again. Young Hero Qin, Bai Feng has already gone to get the token. You can take the time to write the pill formula. When you're done, and the token is here, everyone will be happy. Qin Feng knew that if he didn't hand over the pill formula today, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave. He didn't argue and found a piece of paper and ink to write. Xing Sanfang was still a little worried. He didn't know if Qin Feng wrote a real pill formula or a fake one. The representatives of the 3 elixir workshops stretched their necks, wanting to peek at what Qin Feng wrote. Cough, cough. The assessment has already ended. The 4 of you can leave. Do whatever you need to do. Bai Shan cleared her throat and said. Feng Yushu and the others were unhappy, but they didn't dare to vent in the Red Flower Hall. This wasn't their territory. The 3 of them sighed and left, but Xing Sanfang was still standing in the room. Bai Shan was a little unhappy with him. She shouted coldly, Xing Sanfang, don't you have anything else to do? Xing Sanfang wasn't afraid of Bai Shan. He said without backing down, I don't have anything else to do today. It just so happens that I know young Hero Qin. I'll find him later to drink and chat. Bai Shan's expression became even colder. Then go wait outside. I'll find you after Qin Feng finishes writing the pill formula. Elder Bai Shan, are you chasing me away? You said it yourself. The Spirit Surge pill should be made public. It's everyone's pill formula. There's nothing wrong with me staying here, right? Xing Sanfang's words made Bai Shan choke. He had indeed said these words, but they were obviously lies. How could such a heaven-defying pill formula like the Spirit Surge pill be made public? How could the Red Flower Hall earn profits like that? However, he naturally couldn't say these things. It would be troublesome if Qin Feng suddenly changed his mind. Of course, I'm not afraid of you seeing the pill formula. Anyway, just wait outside. What's with all this nonsense? Bai Shan was clearly a bit impatient. He was too lazy to even find an excuse. Xing Sanfang wasn't happy either. He was a loose cultivator and was never bound. Even if Bai Shan represented more power, Xing Sanfang wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted. Then I'll stand here today. Let's see what else you want to do to me. Xing Sanfang's expression was cold. Bai Shan and the other two elders pulled their faces down. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. However, before they could make a move, Qin Feng hurriedly said, "Senior Xing Sanfang, you can leave first. I'll be fine." Xing Sanfang was still worried about Qin Feng. If he was here, Bai Shan and the others would have some misgivings. If he really left, these old fellows would swallow Qin Feng's bones whole. "Little brother Qin Feng, don't be afraid. I don't believe these people would dare to do anything to me. Although the Red Flower Hall is powerful, they can't be unreasonable." Xing Sanfang clearly underestimated the importance of the Spirit Surge pill in the eyes of Bai Shan and the others. Qin Feng could already feel the faint killing intent coming from the three old men. They really planned on killing Xing Sanfang. Since Senior Xing said that Bai Shan and the other elders wouldn't act recklessly, I'll naturally be fine. How about this? I'll go to the restaurant across the street to find you in 2 hours. If I still haven't appeared by then, you can come find me. Qin Feng thought of a countermeasure. As long as Xing Sanfang left first, he believed that Bai Shan and the others wouldn't act recklessly. If these old fellows really dared to do anything, Xing Sanfang could leak this matter. At that time, the Red Flower Hall's reputation would be completely ruined. Xing Sanfang's eyes lit up. He felt that Qin Feng's idea wasn't bad. "All right, little brother Qin, I'll wait for you at the restaurant. Remember to come find me." Xing Sanfang cupped his fists and left the room. Bai Shan and the others were so angry that they blew their beards and glared. Qin Feng completely ignored them. He quickly wrote the pill recipe on a piece of white paper. He wouldn't take out the real Spirit Surge pill recipe. This pill recipe had been exquisitely altered by him. For a moment, no one could see anything fishy about it. However, there was no way to refine the Spirit Surge pill. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1603. Just as Qin Feng finished writing the recipe, Bai Feng walked in with a jade token. "Young hero Qiao, this is the jade token for the fallen god sea treasure hunting quota that you wanted. Can you give us the recipe now?" Bai Shan handed the jade token to Qin Feng and stared at the recipe in his hand. At this moment, only Qin Feng and Bai Shan were left in the alchemy hall. It would be a lie to say that Qin Feng was not worried at all. The four of them had high realms. Even Xing Sanfang might not be a match for one of them. Qin Feng would not even be able to fight back against them. "I promised the 4 seniors, so I won't go back on my word. This is the recipe for the Spirit Charge pill." Qin Feng took the jade token with one hand and handed the recipe with the other. Bai Shan's skinny hands were trembling as she quickly scanned through the pill recipe. The other 3 immediately gathered around and stared at the recipe in a daze. "Now that our matter is settled, I'm leaving." Qin Feng had already put the jade token into his star ring and wanted to leave immediately. However, just as he walked to the door, he heard Bai Shan say with a smile, "Young hero Qiao, don't be in a hurry to leave. Not only did you reach the top of the Red Flower leaderboard, but you also provided the Red Flower Hall with such a heaven-defying recipe. You're already a VIP of the Red Flower Hall. You should stay and have some tea." Qin Feng did not believe that this old fellow was so kind. As expected, The moment Bai Shan stopped Qin Feng, she immediately handed the recipe to Bai Feng. Find an alchemist to refine it. You know what to do, right? The four of them were only the great elders of the Red Flower Hall, but they were not alchemists. Even if a peerless recipe was placed in front of them, they would not understand it. Bai Feng had already left with the recipe. Clearly, he wanted to find an advanced alchemist to refine the spirit charge pill. The four old fellows were not idiots. How could they believe Qin Feng so easily? Seeing the situation, Qin Feng was not nervous. He had already expected that the four old fellows would test the reliability of the recipe. Seniors, I'm an alchemist. Don't you believe me? Qin Feng said. Bai Shan pretended to smile. Of course we believe you, young hero Qiao. That's why we asked you to stay for tea. Don't think too much, young hero Qiao. Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. Since that's the case, why don't we just call an alchemist over? After all, the spiritual surge pill is included in the ranks of the immortal pills, and the refining process is very complicated. If there is anything that the alchemist does not understand, I can give him a pointer or two. Bai Feng stopped at the door and looked at Bai Shan, waiting for his decision. Bai Shan thought for a moment and said, All right, then let's do as young hero Qiao said. Soon, Bai Feng rushed over with an alchemist. Although Feng Yushu and the others from the three great pill workshops were at the Red Flower Hall, Bai Shan obviously wouldn't call them over. This also showed that the Red Flower Hall wanted to monopolize the Spirit Surge Pill's pill formula. Qin Feng glanced at the newcomer. He was in his early 50s and wore a long gray robe. The old man probably knew what he was here for. His eyes were filled with shock. Young hero Qiao, nice to meet you. I am Qing Qin, a Tier 1, 7th tier, Pill King. Although Cheng Chen's age and identity as an alchemist were higher than Qin Feng's, he acted like a junior. If Qin Feng really refined the spiritual surge pill, not only would he have to call Qin Feng Senior, all the alchemists below the alchemy immortal level in the entire northern sand region would have to call Qin Feng Senior. Alchemist Cheng is too polite. Let's start refining the pill. Qin Feng didn't waste any more words with Qing Qin. This old man seemed to be respectful towards him, but he was still a member of the Red Flower Hall. This could very well be his disguise. Cheng Chen's face was flushed with excitement. He had already followed Qin Feng to a compartment. Young hero Qiao, I've seen your pill formula. This is the first time I've seen it. The combination of medicinal ingredients is very strange. In my opinion, there's no way to form a pill. This time it was mainly Cheng Chen refining the pill, so he asked all the questions in his heart. Qin Feng didn't hide anything and said whatever he wanted to say. After some explanation, Cheng Chen had already started a fire to refine the pill. Bai Shan and the other three elders surrounded the entrance of the compartment, looking as if they wouldn't let Qin Feng leave if the pill wasn't formed. The process of refining the pill was a bit boring, but Bai Shan and the other three kept their spirits up. During this time, Qin Feng even gave Qing Qin a few pointers. After the medicinal herbs in the furnace were purified several times, they gradually formed a pill. The pill fragrance wafted out. It seems like the pill can really be formed. Bai Feng suddenly exclaimed, his face full of excitement. Bai Shan and the other two elders also revealed excited expressions. This was the Spirit Surge pill. Once it appeared, the consequences would be unimaginable. Rumble. After a while, a loud sound came from the furnace. 3 pills that emitted a green glow flew out of the furnace and were caught by Qing Qin. The pill is formed. It really is formed. Is this the legendary Spirit Surge pill? Can it really make cultivators without spiritual roots develop spiritual roots? Qing Chen's hand that was holding the pills was trembling. Qin Feng immediately walked over and said, Alchemist Cheng, please let me see the pills. Is it the same as the Spirit Surge pill I refined? Cheng Chen was in a state of ecstasy. He handed the pills to Qin Feng without thinking. The 3 pills were clearly not the spirit surge pill. However, their appearance was extremely similar to the spirit surge pill that Qin Feng had refined before. As soon as the pills were in his hand, Qin Feng used his mind to change one of the fake pills into a real spirit surge pill. At this time, Bai Shan and the other elders came back to their senses. They were somewhat dissatisfied when they saw Qin Feng taking the pills. Young hero Qiao, where is the spirit surge pill? Bai Shan asked indifferently. Qin Feng opened his hand. 3 pills that emitted a green glow were in his hand. Only then did everyone feel relieved. Elder Bai Shan, to prove that the pill I refined is the real spirit surge pill, you can eat one now and see if it can help you develop a spiritual root. Qin Feng handed a spirit surge pill to Bai Shan. Naturally, it was the real spirit surge pill that he had exchanged for. Moreover, seeing Bai Shan's yearning for the spirit surge pill, Qin Feng guessed that Bai Shan was most likely a cultivator without spiritual roots. Bai Shan snatched the spirit surge pill without hesitation and swallowed it on the spot. The pill melted in his mouth. The rich spiritual energy surged, making him feel much more at ease. It seemed that this pill was not fake. The other 3 elders and Cheng Chen waited anxiously. After a while, Bai Feng asked, Big Brother Bai Shan, is this the real spirit surge pill? How does it feel after eating it? Bai Shan was already sitting cross-legged. He circulated the qi in his body to speed up the release and absorption of the medicinal properties. After a while, he experienced the same feeling as Xing Sanfang. The spiritual energy actually rushed toward the top of his head. Senior Bai Shan, don't be nervous. When the spiritual energy rushes toward your brain, it's the beginning of your spiritual root opening. Senior Xing ate a spirit surge pill earlier and experienced the same thing. Qin Feng hurriedly explained when he felt a cold aura suddenly shoot out from Bai Shan's body. Fortunately, he spoke in time. If he was a few seconds later, Bai Shan would really think that he ate a fake pill and would definitely kill Qin Feng with a palm strike. Thus, Bai Shan endured the uncomfortable feeling. After a while, a muffled sound came from his body, followed by his surprised shout, "Ha ha! I succeeded. I really broke through my spiritual root. Unfortunately, it's a water spiritual root, and I'm cultivating a pure yang technique. However, this doesn't matter. In the future, I'm going to change to a water attribute, cultivation technique, and martial skill." The other 4 were stunned. When they came back to their senses, they could not hide their excitement. Bai Feng immediately shouted at Bai Shan, "Big brother, quickly give me a spirit surge pill. I also want to break through my spiritual root." Bai Lin and Bai Hua also jumped out. It turned out that the 4 of them did not have spiritual roots. It seemed that there were very few cultivators with spiritual roots in the northern Sand Continent. Haha, here, I'll give them all to you. But there are only 2 spirit surge pills left. You 3 can divide them among yourselves. You guys don't have to worry. Now that we have the pill formula, what's there to worry about? After Bai Shan obtained the water spiritual root, he was so happy that he could not close his mouth. In the end, Bai Feng and Bai Lin each took a spirit surge pill. They swallowed the pill and went to the side to try to break through. Bai Hua was anxious. He shouted at Cheng Chen, "What are you waiting for? Quickly refine another batch of spirit surge pills." Cheng Chen finally came to his senses and immediately went to refine the pills. He was overjoyed. He thought that if he could refine another 3 spirit surge pills, he would also be able to get one. Elders, Senior Xing must be getting impatient. I'll take my leave first. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately wanted to leave. If he did not leave now, he would not be able to leave. Bai Shan had already broken through to the water spiritual root. Bai Feng and Bai Lin were busy trying to break through. No one had time to care about Qin Feng. Seeing that he wanted to leave, no one stopped him. After Qin Feng left the Red Flower Hall, he immediately rushed to the restaurant opposite. As expected, Xing Sanfang was still waiting there. Young hero Qiao, you're finally out. Those smelly old men didn't do anything to you, right? Seeing that Qin Feng was safe and sound, Xing Sanfang's face was full of joy. Qin Feng pulled him out of the restaurant. As he walked, he said, Senior Xing, we can't stay here for long. Let's split up and leave. Xing Sanfang sensed that something was wrong. He frowned and asked, Did something happen? I gave the Red Flower Hall a fake pill formula. They won't find out for a while, but they'll definitely find out after a while. Qin Feng spoke quickly. Xing Sanfang's expression changed. He did not expect Qin Feng to have the guts to lie to the people of the Red Flower Hall. After Xing Sanfang came back to his senses, he did not look too nervous. Instead, he laughed heartily. Young hero Qiao is indeed to my liking. I've long disliked the actions of Bai Shan and those 4 old fellows. I didn't expect you to trick them once. How satisfying. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, Senior Xing's heart is really big. Most people would hide from the Red Flower Hall, but Xing Sanfang did not care about this power at all. The two of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of Pear Island. Qin Feng and Bao Ming had agreed to meet here and bid farewell to Xing Sanfang. At the same time, loud noises came from the Red Flower Hall's alchemy pavilion. Bai Hua, who had been guarding at the side, immediately became excited. He shouted at Cheng Qin, Alchemist Cheng, did the pills come out? How many Spirit Surge pills did they come out this time? Alchemist Cheng, why are you covered in dust? Halfway through his shout, Bai Hua realized that something was wrong. Cheng Chen's face was covered in dust. Even his clothes were tattered from the explosion. It seemed that he had failed to refine the pills. Not good. There's a problem with this pill formula. I can't refine the Spirit Surge pill at all. Cheng Chen let out a strange cry. At this time, Bai Lin and Bai Feng, who were in the middle of breaking through their spirit roots, ran over angrily. Fuck! This pill is fake. It's not the Spirit Surge pill at all. This is just a fucking ordinary healing pill. At this time, everyone finally realized that they had been tricked by Qin Feng. Chapter 1604. After learning that they had been tricked, the 4 elders were so furious that they were on the verge of exploding. They immediately issued a warrant for Qiao Feng's arrest. However, Qin Feng had already met up with Sister Hong and had reverted to his original appearance. Qin Feng, did you get into the top 100 of the Golden Pill Master's Red Flower list? Yan Bao Ming asked the moment she saw Qin Feng, as though she was more concerned about this matter than Qin Feng. Now that the two of them were still in Pear Province, Qin Feng was worried. He didn't have time to say anything else, so he boarded Li Sha's flying ship with Sister Hong and rushed back to Flower City. After flying for several hours, the two of them had long since left the Pear Continent. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no pursuers behind him. Qin Feng, did something happen? Yan Bao Ming didn't dare to speak the whole way. He only asked anxiously when he saw Qin Feng finally come out of the cockpit. It's all right, Sister Hong. We're safe now. I've become the champion of the Golden Core Red Flower Roll, and I've also obtained a treasure hunting badge for the God Perishing Sea. When Qin Feng took out the jade token, Sister Hong was dumbfounded. She knew that Qin Feng was an outstanding pill refiner, but she didn't expect him to be able to squeeze into the top 100 of the Golden Pill Refiner Red Flower list in the North Sand region. Not only did he enter the top 100, but he also took the top spot. I'm not dreaming, right? Did you really get first place? Sister Hong was unable to calm down for a long time. Qin Feng understood Sister Hong's feelings very well. In fact, even he found it hard to believe. Before heading to Pear Island, Qin Feng had been worried that he wouldn't be able to squeeze into the top 100. Who would have thought that he would directly take first place? Sister Hong, I could have asked for a few more jade tokens. However, I don't want you to follow me to the Fallen God Ocean. Therefore, I only asked for 1 jade token. Qin Feng said honestly. Just as Sister Hong and Xing Sanfang had said, treasure hunting in the fallen god sea was fraught with danger. With Qin Feng's current strength, he couldn't even protect himself. He didn't want Sister Hong to take the risk with him. Yan Baoming naturally understood Qin Feng's thoughts and looked at him flirtatiously. Qin Feng suddenly took out a cyan-colored medicinal pill. Oh, right, Sister Hong, this is a spirit surge pill. Quickly eat it. Ah! Yan Baoming cried out in surprise. She wasn't even this shocked when she found out that Qin Feng had obtained the first place on the Golden Pill Master's Red Flower list. Not long ago, the two of them had discussed the matter of spirit veins on their way to Pear Continent. Sister Hong had also mentioned that there was an elixir on the Divine Supreme Continent that could help cultivators develop spiritual roots. However, at that time, she only wanted to comfort Qin Feng because she had only heard of that kind of immortal pill. Never in his wildest dreams would Yan Baoming have imagined that the legendary spirit surge pill would appear in Qin Feng's hands. Qin Feng, why you're not lying to me, are you? Is this really a spirit surge pill? How did you get this kind of immortal pill? Yan Baoming stared at the spirit surge pill, but he didn't dare to reach out for it. She was afraid that the moment she stretched out her hand, she would wake up from the dream. Qin Feng smiled and said, Sister Hong, when have I ever lied to you? Do you know how I took the first place on the Golden Pill Master's Red Flower list? It was all thanks to this batch of spirit surge pills. Yan Baoming still hadn't recovered from the previous shock, and this time he was so shocked that his whole body was covered in cuts and bruises. Obtaining a few spirit surge pills by chance and personally refining spirit surge pills were two completely different concepts. Didn't this mean that Qin Feng had the pill formula for the spirit surge pill? You have the pill formula? After Sister Hong asked this question, she didn't dare to believe it herself. Qin Feng nodded very calmly. That's right. I have the pill formula for the spirit surge pill for a long time, but I haven't been able to gather the ingredients. I didn't think that during this assessment the Red Flower Hall would provide the main ingredients for the spirit surge pill, which allowed me to refine a batch of spirit surge pills. Yan Baoming didn't know what to say anymore. She didn't even hear what Qin Feng said after that. After a full 10 minutes, Sister Hong finally calmed down a bit, but her expression suddenly became nervous. Qin Feng, this pill formula is too heaven-defying. How did you get out of the Red Flower Hall? Yan Baoming suddenly understood a lot of things. No wonder Qin Feng kept running for his life. He was afraid that the people from the Red Flower Hall were chasing after him. I used the fake pill formula to deceive the Red Flower Hall's elders, and only then was I able to escape. Qin Feng recounted the situation, and Yan Baoming's heart jumped as he listened. That's great. Luckily we escaped. Otherwise, we would have lost our lives in Pear Island. Sister Hong broke out in a cold sweat. Only now did she know that she had just escaped from the brink of death. Qin Feng was afraid that Yan Baoming would be worried, so he didn't say more about what happened in the Red Flower Hall. He gave a spirit surge pill to Yan Baoming and told her to try and break through her spirit root. After Yan Baoming received the spirit surge pill, her lily-white hands trembled. Although her relationship with Qin Feng wasn't bad, she didn't think that Qin Feng would be willing to give her a precious immortal pill like the spirit surge pill. In that instant, Sister Hong's heart completely belonged to Qin Feng. Seeing that Sister Hong went into the room to break through, Qin Feng also went into the other room. He had always been confused as to whether or not he had a spirit root. Now he could eat the spirit surge pill to confirm it. In the Red Flower Hall's alchemy pavilion, Qin Feng refined a total of 5 spirit surge pills. He gave one to Xing Sanfang and one to Bai Shan. In addition, he and Sister Hong each ate one. Now, there was only one spirit surge pill left. The pill melted in his mouth. Dense spiritual energy rippled in Qin Feng's body. Not long after, the spiritual energy rushed towards his brain. However, Qin Feng wasn't nervous. He had seen Xing Sanfang and by Shan breakthrough. This was just a normal phenomenon. However, after a while, Qin Feng realized that something was wrong. After the surging spiritual energy gathered in his brain, it quickly dissipated and returned to his meridians. Finally, it condensed in his dantian and stopped moving. Qin Feng realized that he might have failed to break through his spirit root. He wanted to eat another spirit surge pill, but he saw Yan Baoming walk in dejectedly. "What's wrong, Sister Hong?" Qin Feng temporarily dispelled the idea of continuing to break through his spirit root. 2 lines of tears hung from the corners of Yan Baoming's eyes. She didn't dare to look Qin Feng in the eye. "I think I failed to break through. Qin Feng, I wasted one of your spirit surge pills." The spirit surge pill was extremely precious. Yan Baoming didn't know how many of these immortal pills Qin Feng had. However, she knew that Qin Feng was also a cultivator without spirit root. However, Qin Feng was willing to give the spirit surge pill to her. In the end, she still couldn't break through her spirit root. Thinking about it made her feel guilty. Qin Feng frowned. Both he and Sister Hong failed to break through? This made him start to suspect that there was a problem with the effects of the remaining spirit surge pills. Could it be that they had lost their effectiveness? Originally, Qin Feng planned to eat the last spirit surge pill. Now that this situation had occurred, he gave the spirit surge pill to Yan Baoming. "Sister Hong, this is the last one. Eat it before you try again." Yan Baoming was moved and cried even louder. He choked. "I don't want it. You can eat it yourself. You don't have spirit root." Qin Feng didn't care about this spirit surge pill. Now that he had the pill recipe, as long as he gathered the medicinal herbs, he could refine as many spirit surge pills as he wanted. Moreover, he was going to the fallen god sea to search for treasures in a few days. He believed that he should be able to gather the medicinal herbs needed to refine the spirit surge pill. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1605. Under Qin Feng's persuasion, Yan Baoming carefully took the last spirit surge pill. She looked at Qin Feng hesitantly. I really ate it." Qin Feng smiled. "Sister Hong, hurry up and eat it. Your body still has the effects of the previous spirit surge pill. If you eat the second one now, your chances of breaking through will be higher." Yan Baoming didn't argue anymore and swallowed the spirit surge pill. Qin Feng quietly stood to the side and waited. He wondered if the spirit surge pill had really lost its effect. Or could it be that this kind of heaven-defying immortal pill had to be eaten as soon as it came out of the furnace, or else the effects would automatically disappear? Qin Feng, I feel like the spiritual energy is rushing into my brain. Am I going to go berserk? Qin Feng was deep in thought when he was pulled back by Sister Hong's scream. His face revealed a look of surprise, and he immediately said, "Sister Hong, don't be afraid. This is a sign of breaking through. Sister Hong, you must hold on." Hearing Qin Feng say this, Yan Baoming felt relieved. She believed that Qin Feng had no reason to lie to her. After a short while, a loud sound came from Yan Baoming's body. She opened her eyes in surprise. It felt like she had broken through, but she knew that her realm had not changed at all. I didn't really break through, did I? I think it's a wood-type spirit root." Yan Baoming was shocked and even found it hard to accept. As a cultivator of the northern sand region, everyone dreamt that they would one day possess spiritual roots and become a genius cultivator in the limelight. But how could a spirit root be formed so easily? This could be seen from Xing Sanfang, by Shan and the other 3 elders. Their cultivation realms were already immeasurably high, but they were still cultivators without spirit roots. Qin Feng was even more excited than Yan Baoming because Sister Hong's breakthrough proved that the spirit surge pill did not lose its effect, nor did it have an expiry date. As for why he and Sister Hong failed to break through after taking the Spirit Surge pill, it probably had something to do with their bodies. Because the Spirit Surge pill only had a chance of making cultivators without spirit roots develop spirit roots. It was not a 100% chance. At this moment, Qin Feng rejoiced. Luckily, Bai Shan took a Spirit Surge pill and broke through to a water spirit root. If that old fellow also failed the first time, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave Red Flower Hall alive. Congratulations, Sister Hong, Qin Feng said with a smile. Yan Baoming finally calmed down a little. She once again felt the changes in her body, and she was sure that she really did have a wood spirit root. The wood spirit root was a kind of auxiliary spirit root. The cultivation technique and martial skill cultivated by it were also focused on repairing and purifying. It belonged to the healing system. However, cultivators with spiritual roots were extremely talented in alchemy. Compared to cultivators without spiritual roots, the process of alchemy could be said to be twice the result with half the effort. Little brother Qin Feng, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never be able to break through to the spirit root level. Yan Baofun's face was completely red, and she looked extremely charming. Qin Feng smiled and said, Sister Hong, you don't have to be so polite with me. I have the pill recipe for the Spiritual Surge pill. The Spiritual Surge pill is incomparably precious in your eyes, but it's nothing to me. It wasn't until now that Yan Baoming was sure that the Spirit Surge pill was real. She immediately realized something terrifying. At such a young age, Qin Feng already had the recipe for the Spirit Surge pill. His future was limitless. Little brother Qin Feng, you must keep this pill recipe well. Don't easily leak it out. When you become stronger in the future, you can take out the Spirit Surge pill. At that time, it won't be impossible for you to surpass the 4 major pill workshops. Yan Baoming started to look forward to a beautiful future for Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly pulled her into his arms, touched her waist, and said with a naughty smile, Sister Hong, since you know that I will be very powerful in the future, do you want to consider submitting to me now? Yan Baoming's face was full of charm. She didn't struggle at all. When Qin Feng saved her from the hands of Li Sha and the others, she had already submitted to Qin Feng in her heart. You little rascal, have you been coveting my beauty for a long time? Yan Baoming's jade-like hands pounded on Qin Feng's chest, but the force was like a massage. Seeing this, Qin Feng's hands became unscrupulous, pinching and pinching Yan Baoming's butt. The two of them flirted for a while, but they didn't take the final step. Yan Baoming was already drenched in sweat. Lying in Qin Feng's arms, her breathing was chaotic. She glared at him bitterly. You little rascal, you tease me and don't do it for real. Qin Feng was captivated by Sister Hong's charm and wanted to do it with her on the flying ship. But Qin Feng calmed down in the end. When he found out that Yan Baoming had a wood spirit root, he planned to teach Sister Hong alchemy. He had to prepare to go to the Fallen God Sea after returning to Flower City, so he could only take some time to teach Sister Hong on the flying ship. Sister Hong, your wood spirit root is very suitable for alchemy. If you want to learn alchemy, I can teach you. Qin Feng said his thoughts. Yan Baoming was immediately excited. Which cultivator didn't want to become an alchemist? Of course I want to learn. Oh, right. Qin Feng, what are the main ingredients for refining the Spirit Surge pill? I'll think of a way to get it for you after returning to Flower City. Yan Baoming still felt guilty because she ate Qin Feng's Spirit Surge pill. Qin Feng knew that there were many treasures in the Flower City auction house, so he didn't stand on ceremony with Yan Baoming. I'm mainly lacking the clear spirit grass. It's a level 5 spirit grass that isn't common in the market. Although Yan Baoming didn't know alchemy, it didn't mean that she wasn't familiar with spirit grass. Because of the Flower City auction house, she usually came into contact with many spirit grass and pills. She also knew about the clear spirit grass. It was indeed a rare spirit grass. Our auction house doesn't have it in stock, but I heard that it appeared on the islands in the Fallen God Sea. Qin Feng nodded. As long as it appeared on the islands in the Fallen God Sea, he didn't have to worry. With the speed of Sister Hong's flying artifact, it would take at least 2 days and 2 nights to return to Flower City from Pear Continent. But after the two of them switched to Li Sha's flying artifact, their speed almost doubled. It only took them 1 day and 1 night to enter the Flower City region. During this day and night, the two of them didn't rest. Qin Feng explained some basic knowledge about alchemy to Yan Baoming. Yan Baoming learned very quickly. It should be related to her breaking through to the wood spirit root. This trip to Pear Continent's Red Flower list test was finally over. Originally, the two of them planned to take 6 days, including the test. In the end, it took less than 4 days. Qin Feng controlled the flying ship to stop in the suburbs. After the two of them got off the flying ship, they walked back to the main street of Flower City. Today, Flower City was more lively and prosperous. Most of the cultivators who came from all over were waiting to go to the Fallen God Sea to search for treasures. Sister Hua, take this medicinal pills. I need to go into seclusion to refine some pills for the next few days. After that, I'll go to the Fallen God Sea. When I'm not around, you can study the medicinal pills. When I'm back, I'll continue to guide you. Qin Feng made a copy of medicinal pills and said goodbye to Yan Baoming in front of the China Chamber of Commerce. Yan Baoming looked at him coquettishly and said, "Okay, promise me that you'll come back safely." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1606. For 3 consecutive days, Qin Feng cultivated in seclusion to refine pills. This trip to the Fallen God Sea was fraught with danger, so he had to prepare more healing pills. At the same time, he tried to break through to the next level but failed. 3 days later, Qin Feng came out of seclusion. It was time to set off for the Fallen God Sea treasure hunt. Flower City's Port Wang was already filled with people. This was a harbor, and one could see the boundless God-Fall ocean from afar. This was the starting point of the Fallen God Sea treasure hunt every year. Don't miss this. All kinds of elixirs are on sale at super low prices. This spirit saber in my hand is extremely sharp. Cultivators who use sabers can take a look. All kinds of talismans, array plates, smithing materials. Everyone come and take a look. Qin Feng had just arrived at the Port Wang when he heard all kinds of shouts. There were countless cultivators gathered at the Port Wang, attracting many vendors to set up their stalls. Qin Feng knew that this was the place to set off for the Fallen God Sea. Otherwise, he would have suspected that this was a street market. Qin Feng glanced at the stalls. Most of them were low-grade elixirs and spirit weapons. At least, he was not interested in them. Apart from the peddlers, there were even more cultivators gathered on a spacious plain across from them. These cultivators were in groups of 3 to 5 and were dressed in high-class clothing. Clearly, they were going to explore the Fallen God Sea. What surprised Qin Feng was that the number of slots for the Fallen God Sea was several times more than he had expected. According to the Red Flower list, there were at most 2,000 slots. However, there were at least 10,000 cultivators in front of him. It seemed that the others were recommended by big clans or sections. Qin Feng had not established a real sect in the divine supreme mainland. Or rather, he had established the China Chamber of Commerce, but it was not famous yet. Wow. Elder Su. I saw Elder Su from Square Tower. Rumor has it that he is not only a Tier 3, Tier 7 Pill King, but also a 9 Changes Buddha Aura. The one beside Elder Su is also very famous. He is Elder Su's proudest disciple, Su Baijin. He is only 40 years old, but he is already a Tier 5, Tier 6 Golden Pill Master. If nothing goes wrong, he will be a legendary person who broke through to Pill King before 50 years old. That black-robed man is Feng Shi from the Elixir Association? He is quite famous in the North Sand Continent, a Tier 2 Level 6 Golden Pill Master. Immortal Grass School Summer is here, as well as Treasure Pill House's Lu Hui. These people are the representative genius disciples of the 4 great pill workshops. Those few should be the disciples of Equal of Heaven sect. As a 4-star sect in the Northern Sand region, Equal of Heaven sect is not to be underestimated. Broken Hung Mountain, Central Plains sect, Forge sect, Pair Continents Wong family, Pill Cities She family. Looks like the treasure hunting in the Fallen God Sea is indeed attractive. Almost half of the large sects and families in the Northern Sand region have come. There are also many famous rogue cultivators. The crowd discussed incessantly, and the scene was unusually lively. Qin Fun was now a 6th-level Saint King, but he did not even attract the attention of others when he mingled in the crowd. Even though the treasure hunt in the Fallen God Sea had yet to begin, Qin Fun realized that this expedition was more dangerous than he had anticipated. It was not the threat of the beasts on the island, but the cultivators from various sects and schools. Wow, that woman is so beautiful, just like a fairy. Another person cried out in surprise. Among the Square Towers group stood a woman in white. Her white muslin robe fluttered in the wind, and her waterfall-like long hair fluttered in the wind. Her expression was calm, and she looked like a fairy that had descended from the heavens. Keep your voices down. That is Su-Ru, the top of the Golden Pill Master's Red Flower list. Not only is she talented in alchemy, her talent in cultivation is also heaven-defying. She is only 30 years old, but she has already reached 8th level Saint King. Also, it is rumored that this woman is cold and will kill anyone who disagrees with her. After knowing the true identity of that fairy, many people shut their mouths and dispelled the thoughts in their hearts. However, someone suddenly said, I heard that the top of the Golden Pill Master's Red Flower list has changed. This happened a few days ago, and the new top senior is called Qiao Feng. I heard that he is even younger than Su-Ru, Whoosh. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. The Red Flower list was a list that all the cultivators in the Northern Sand region knew about and paid attention to. This list represented the strongest group of genius cultivators in the Northern Sand region. But who would have thought that the top of the Golden Pill Master's Red Flower list would have a new owner? No one knew if this news was true or false. Who is that Senior Qiao Feng? Is there anyone who can give us a more detailed explanation? I'm not sure about that. I heard this news from a fellow cultivator who works in the Red Flower Hall. He didn't dare to reveal too much, and there seems to be some hidden information. If it's really as you said, that person called Qiao Feng is probably done for. He snatched Su-Ru's #1 spot, and even if Su-Ru can forgive him, the 4-way tower won't let him off. Qin Feng had gone on an adventure alone, so he blended into the crowd and didn't talk to anyone. However, he didn't expect that these people would suddenly talk about him, and this made him feel depressed. Qin Feng couldn't bear listening to them anymore, so he moved his body to find a quiet place. However, there were too many cultivators around him, and he accidentally stepped on someone's foot. Hey, are you blind, kid? Don't you know how precious my rhinoceros shoes are? These are made from the hide of a single-horned rhinoceros. Hurry up and lick them clean for me. An arrogant voice roared. Qin Feng looked over and saw that the other party was in his early 40s. He was tall and burly like a small mountain. Behind the arrogant man stood 4 people. All 5 of them wore gray robes, and it was obvious that they were disciples of the same sect. Qin Feng couldn't recognize the sect that these people's clothes represented. The burly man continued to roar. Kid, what are you waiting for? Don't you recognize our clothes? We are disciples of Celestial Crane Mountain. I'll give you 10 more seconds. If you don't lick my shoes clean, I'll teach you a lesson. The man's shout was loud, and it instantly attracted a crowd. After recognizing the man's identity, everyone started to discuss in low voices. TSK, TSK. It's Zhao Lei from Celestial Crane Mountain again. This guy bullies people a lot just because he's from the 5-star sect, Celestial Crane Mountain. Sigh. The Divine Supreme Continent is a place where the strong prey on the weak. I can only say that this young man is unlucky to have offended a tyrant like Zhao Lei. Many people knew Zhao Lei, and it seemed that this guy's reputation wasn't very good. Qin Fun's expression suddenly turned cold, not because of Zhao Lei's rude and unreasonable attitude, but because of the Celestial Crane Mountain. Qin Fun remembered that when he first came to the Divine Supreme Continent, the first people he found were Lin Bei and Han Ying. At that time, the two girls were being chased by a few disciples in a forest who wanted to spy on their beauty. Those disciples were from Celestial Crane Mountain. Kid, are you pretending to be deaf and mute in front of me? You think I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Zhao Lei was impatient, and he suddenly punched at Qin Fun. A violent aura surged, and there was a violent, wind-breaking sound in the air. Many spectating disciples were forced back by Zhao Lei's aura, and some even exclaimed, "Such a powerful aura, is he a 9th-level Saint King?" Roar! Knowing that Zhao Lei was likely a 9th-level Saint King, everyone sympathized with Qin Fun, and no one thought highly of him. Suddenly, Zhao Lei's scream came from the open space, and it sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Fun had somehow dodged Zhao Lei's punch, and he even stepped on Zhao Lei's rhinoceros leather shoes. "Brat, how dare you sneak attack me?" Zhao Lei was infuriated. He didn't expect Qin Fun to retaliate, so he was careless and fell for Qin Fun's attack. When he regained his senses, Zhao Lei punched again, and this time it was several times faster than before. "Qin Fun's disciple? It's really you." A surprised voice was heard. Zhao Lei's punch was about to land on Qin Fun, but he suddenly stopped when he saw the person who came. Qin Fun broke out in cold sweat. Zhao Lei's punch was extremely fierce, and he couldn't even dodge it. If the person who came had not spoken in time, he would have been sent flying. "Old Master Su," Qin Fun hurriedly greeted. The person who came was Square Tower's Elder Su. Behind Elder Su was a large group of Square Tower disciples, including Su Baijin and Su Ru. Actually, Qin Fun had seen Elder Su long ago, but he didn't greet Elder Su because he was afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble. After all, he had used the purple spectral flame during the Elixir Association's assessment, and there were many cultivators who had participated in the Elixir Association's assessment. Qin Fun's greeting made the crowd quiet down, and they all looked shocked. Zhao Lei was filled with anger. He didn't expect Qin Fun to be Elder Su's disciple. "Junior brother Qin, how have you been?" Su Baijin smiled. Qin Fun cupped his fists at him. "Thank you, Senior Brother Baijin. I've been fine recently." Su Baijin was very impressed with Qin Fun. He had become a level 3, level 6 Golden Core Master at such a young age, and he even had the purple spectral flame. Although everyone was saying that Qin Fun had given the purple spectral flame to Elder Su, it was hard to verify whether it was true or not. Elder Su was very happy to see Qin Fun again. He patted Qin Fun's shoulder and smiled. "Oh yes, Qin Fun's disciple, let me introduce you. This is Su Ru. She is like you and Baijin, a talented alchemist. Su Ru is the top of the North Sand Continent's Red Flower list. You can interact with her more in the future." Su Ru was very beautiful, but she was even colder. She looked at Qin Fun indifferently, as if she didn't care about him. She didn't even greet him. Instead, she said to Elder Su, "Master, I'm not talented. I'm no longer the top of the Golden Core Master's Red Flower list." Elder Su was stunned. Only then did he remember this. He stroked his white beard and said, "There's actually someone who surpasses Ru in the North Sand Continent. I really want to see who he is." Su Ru's beautiful eyes lit up. She also wanted to see the person who had snatched her top spot. Seeing that Qin Fun was really Elder Su's disciple, the cultivators who didn't think highly of him now looked interested. Many people turned to look at Zhao Lei, thinking to themselves that this guy had kicked a nail board today. Elder Su, I'm Celestial Crane Mountain's disciple Zhao Lei. This kid stepped on my foot on purpose just now. You should at least give me a reasonable explanation, right? Zhao Lei saw that he was treated like air and was instantly angered. If it was any other time, he wouldn't go against the people from Square Tower. But now, more than half of the divine Supreme Continent's cultivators were gathered at Wang Shen Port. If he were treated like this, how could he show his face in the North Sand Continent in the future? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1607. Elder Su had rushed over because he saw that Qin Feng was in trouble. He thought that if he showed up, the brat called Zhao Lei would tactfully leave. However, he didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Elder Su's face darkened. Without needing him to speak, Su Baijin had already stepped forward and said, Fellow Taoist, young hero Qin is a member of our four-way tower. Could it be that you intend to go against our four-way tower? Zhao Lei's back was drenched in cold sweat. Even though his sect was a 5-star sect in the Northern Sand region, he couldn't afford to offend the four-way tower. As the #1 pill shop in the North Sand region, the Square Tower had befriended countless sects and clans. If the other party was truly enraged, there was no need for them to make a move. Many cultivators from the four-way tower would jump out to help them resolve the problem. I have no intention of going against the four-way tower. It's just that even though the four-way tower is powerful, they can't be so unreasonable, right? That kid dirted my shoes. As Zhao Lei continued to quibble, Su Baijin's expression turned cold as he roared, Scram! Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The 4 disciples who were with Zhao Lei were so scared that their legs were trembling. One of them pulled on the corner of Zhao Lei's clothes, hinting for him to leave. Zhao Lei was also afraid, but he was even more furious. He glared fiercely at Qin Feng, then turned around and left. After Zhao Lei left, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Su Baijin regained his amiable smile. No one could tell that an amiable and approachable cultivator like him was so terrifying when he got angry. Junior brother Qin Feng, that fellow called Zhao Lei is notorious. He's a vindictive person. You have to be more careful in the future, Su Baijin reminded Qin Feng. Qin Feng cupped his fists in thanks. Many thanks for Senior White True's reminder. I will be more vigilant. After chatting for a while, a loud roar came from afar. The cultivators surrounding the harbor suddenly became excited, and they all looked toward the God-Fall Sea. On the vast and boundless sea, a huge ship sailed over. However, the huge ship seemed incomparably small in the vast sea. It's an airship. It seems like we have to set off. Su Baijin's eyes lit up. Even Su Ru, who had been standing coldly at the side, had an eager look in her eyes. Qin Fin was startled by the approaching flying ship. The ship was so huge that it was even bigger than an aircraft carrier on Earth. As the flying ship rapidly approached, Qin Feng saw the words Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce printed on the body of the ship. It's the Dragon Soar Chamber of Commerce's ship. It looks like we're really going to set off. The Soaring Dragon Merchant Guild is the #1 merchant guild in the Northern Sand region and is extremely powerful. Trade Union's sect leader Long is one of the Northern Sand region's 8 honorable warriors. It is rumored that he has stepped into the empty god realm. Sigh, if only I could join the Dragon Soar Chamber of Commerce. I heard that the conditions to join are extremely harsh. Seeing the spacecraft approaching, the crowd was in a heated discussion. Qin Feng quietly listened to everyone's discussion. This was the first time he had heard of the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. According to what everyone said, this merchant association was the #1 merchant association in the Northern Sand region. Qin Feng couldn't help but think of the recently established Chinese Merchant Association. Perhaps one day, the Chinese Chamber of Commerce would be as large as the Dragon Rise Chamber of Commerce, or even surpass it to become the new #1 chamber of commerce in the Northern Sands region. Rumble. The enormous flying ship had already reached the shore. The commotion was astonishing, raising 1,000 layers of waves. Dozens of disciples in uniform walked out of the cabin. The words Dragon Soar Chamber of Commerce were engraved on the chest of their white robes. Everyone, this year's treasure hunt in the Fallen God Sea has officially begun. Please board the ship in an orderly manner. A white-haired elder stood on the ship and shouted. His voice was extremely powerful and could be clearly heard by all the cultivators. This person's realm is so high, I can't see through him at all. This is the branch president of the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce, Long Out Yin. Rumor has it that he has stepped into the true spirit realm. It's finally time to set off. Let's quickly board the ship. The crowd was extremely excited, but no one dared to fight to board the ship. They all lined up and boarded the ship in an orderly manner. The order of boarding the ship was determined according to the strength of the group. As one of the strongest forces in the Northern Sand region, the square tower belonged to the first few groups to board the ship. Master were boarding the ship. Su Baijin and Su Ru bade farewell to Elder Su. With Elder Su's current Buddha Aura 9 changes realm, he naturally wouldn't head to the Fallen God Sea. Disciple Qin Feng, after you board the ship, follow Baijin and the rest. You can take care of each other. Elder Su looked at Qin Feng, seemingly worried. Su Baijin cupped his fists and said, Master, don't worry. Junior Sister Ru, and I will take good care of Junior Brother Qin Feng. Elder Su nodded and gave some instructions to the Square Tower disciples before leaving. Qin Feng followed the Square Tower group and boarded the Soaring Dragon Merchant Guild's airship first. After boarding the ship, he realized how huge this airship was. It was like a moving island, and he couldn't see the end of it. The Soaring Dragon Merchant Guild's disciples arranged accommodations on the ship, and every group's accommodations were different. For example, the Square Tower disciples were arranged to stay in the best rooms, and every disciple had their own resting room. As for the disciples from the smaller sects and clans, they were squeezed into a room of 3 to 5 people. As for the rogue cultivators, they were all thrown into a resting hall. Junior Brother Qin Feng, I didn't expect you to come to the Fallen God Sea to search for treasures. I know you didn't get a treasure-seeking jade token through the Square Tower. Could it be that you're on the Red Flower Roll? This time, the Square Tower had sent 8 disciples to the Fallen God Sea, and they were led by Su Baijin. At this moment, everyone was gathered in a room and chatting to pass the time. Qin Feng didn't want to reveal that he had topped the Golden Core Master's Red Flower Roll. Su Ru was sitting at the side, staring blankly at the sea. He was afraid that the cold woman would throw him into the sea if he said it. Senior Brother Baijin guessed correctly. I got the jade token through the Red Flower Hall. Qin Feng wanted to change the topic with one sentence, but unexpectedly the 6 disciples from the Square Tower suddenly became spirited. Senior Brother Qin Feng, you're actually on the Red Flower Roll? Which roll are you on? What's your ranking? Oh, right. Senior Brother Qin Feng, why haven't I seen you before? When did you become Elder Su's disciple? Everyone was gossiping. Everyone knew that Elder Su had strict requirements for accepting disciples. So far, he had only accepted 2 disciples, Su Baijin and Su Ru'er. Both of them were geniuses in cultivation and alchemy, and they were famous in the Northern Sand Continent. Now that Elder Su had mysteriously gained another disciple, everyone was naturally very interested in Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt a little awkward. He couldn't say that he was the top of the Golden Core Master's Red Flower Roll. Chapter 1608. Everyone cried out in alarm. Qin Feng was actually a rank 3 level 6 Golden Pill Master. He looked to be in his early 20s. Furthermore, as disciples of the 4 Square Tower, everyone had a deep understanding of pills. They knew that although the essence elixir was classified as a level 3 and level 6 golden elixir, it was an extremely difficult elixir to refine. It definitely met the refining requirements of a level 4 and level 6 golden elixir. This meant that Qin Feng, who was only in his 20s, was already a level 4, level 6 golden pill master. This news was absolutely explosive. Even Su Ru'er, who had been staring blankly at the sea, looked away and stared at Qin Feng for a few seconds. She suddenly asked, "How old are you this year?" Qin Feng was stunned by her sudden question. After a moment, he said, 25. What? Senior brother Qin Feng, you're only 25. A 25-year-old 4th tier, 6th tier, golden pill master. TSK. If senior brother Qin Feng works harder, you might be able to surpass senior sister Ru'er. Everyone was astonished, but Qin Feng added, nominal age, 25. Everyone rolled their eyes and didn't know what to say. As expected of the saying, comparing oneself to others would only make one angry to death. Su Baizhen felt a little ashamed standing in front of Qin Feng. He was in his early 40s, but he was only a level 5 or level 6 golden core master. He had originally thought that Su Ru'er was the most talented pill refiner in the northern sand continent, but after seeing Qin Feng, he kept his thoughts to himself. A light flashed through Su Ru'er's cold and beautiful eyes, and she became interested in Qin Feng. I see that your realm is not high, at the early stage of Saint King. It seems that you should have entered the Golden Pill Master Red Flower list. I wonder what rank you got. Su Ru'er was definitely an extremely intelligent woman, as she had immediately guessed the key point. Qin Feng's face was filled with awkwardness, and he hesitated on whether or not to tell the truth. Senior brother Qin Feng, senior sister Ru, is the top of the Golden Core Master Red Flower list. A disciple shouted excitedly. The female disciple next to him glared at him. Don't call me that. Senior sister Ru is no longer at the top. Although everyone knew about this, they were unable to change their fixed thoughts for a while. The junior brother shouted angrily, Humph! Who dared to snatch our senior sister Ru's first place? If senior sister Ru finds out, she'll definitely throw him into the Godfall Sea. Qin Feng swallowed the words that he was about to say. He looked at the boundless Godfall Sea and thought that if he was thrown into it, he would definitely die. My ranking isn't that high, so it's fine if I don't say it. Qin Feng smiled. Su Ru nodded at him with satisfaction. You're quite humble. If you have any questions about alchemy in the future, you can ask me. Qin Feng rolled his eyes but didn't retort. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be questioned by those gossipy junior brothers. So he found an excuse to leave the room. Qin Feng came to the deck alone and looked at the boundless Godfall Sea. He suddenly thought of Song River opposite Devil Beast Mountain in Acropolis City, thought of Hero City, thought of Dong Fang Qing Shui, Shinlong, Wenyiming, and many others. These people should have also come to the Divine Continent, but Qin Feng had not received any news from them. Brat, you're acting all high and mighty just because Elder Su is here, aren't you? Let's see if you can still act all high and mighty now. A cold roar came. Qin Feng turned around and saw Zhao Lei from Celestial Crane Mountain walking over with his 4 junior brothers. The 5 of them had been guarding Qin Feng since they boarded the ship. Since Qin Feng was in the cabin, they couldn't go to the Square Towers Lounge to cause trouble. Now that Qin Feng came out alone, they immediately surrounded him and looked for trouble. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. Although he couldn't see through Zhao Lei's realm, he wasn't afraid of the 5 of them. If they really wanted to fight, he could hide in the astral world if he couldn't win. Zhao Lei, are you bullying us again? Before Qin Feng could speak, a tall and burly man walked over with big strides. Zhao Lei and the others were stunned, but when they saw who it was, their faces were full of playfulness. Who was I? So it's Shui Junfei from the Snow Mountain. I think you don't have a good memory. Have you forgotten how badly you were beaten by me last time? Zhao Lei mocked. Xue Junfei revealed an angry and embarrassed expression. Don't say such useless things. This is the soaring dragon chamber of commerce's flying ship. Fighting is not allowed here. Zhao Lei's expression changed drastically, and it was so cold that it was about to drip water. He obviously knew that no trouble was allowed on this flying ship, but he could tell that this was Qin Fun's first time in the Fallen God Sea, so he definitely didn't know these rules. Originally, Zhao Lei wanted to scare Qin Fun. Even if he couldn't fight, he wanted to scare Qin Fun into kneeling and begging for mercy. But now that Xue Junfei said this, Qin Fun naturally wasn't afraid of him. Fuck you, Xue Junfei. You're just a 5th level Saint King ant, and you dare to go against me? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a disciple of the Snow Mountain. My Celestial Crane Mountain is also a 5-star sect. Zhao Lei scolded angrily. Xue Junfei ignored him and said to Qin Fun, fellow Taoist, don't be afraid of that guy's threat. At least on this flying ship, he won't dare to attack you. Qin Fun looked at Xue Junfei gratefully. He wasn't related to Xue Junfei in any way, but this person was willing to stand up for him. Clearly, he was a warm-hearted cultivator. The 4 disciples behind Zhao Lei were also infuriated. One of them jumped out and pointed at Xue Junfei, scolding, Surname Xue, you're not fit to go against our senior brother Zhao Lei. Just me alone is enough to kill you. Do you dare to accept my challenge letter? Let's have a life and death battle. Fighting was indeed not allowed on the soaring Dragon Merchant Guild's flying ship, but there was a battle arena. On the battle arena, one could fight to their heart's content, and life and death were up to fate. Many cultivators would arrange for a battle on the battle arena if they had a conflict. At this moment, the Celestial Crane Mountain Disciples' challenge letter was clearly a very provocative act. Qin Fun looked at the arrogant disciple. He had the strength of a 6th level Saint King, which was a whole level higher than Xue Junfei. No wonder he was so unbridled. The conflict attracted many cultivators to watch. Xue Junfei stood on the spot hesitantly. He knew that he wasn't Zhao Li's match, but he represented the Ice Sect. If he gave in and backed out now, the Ice Sect's reputation would be tarnished. Weren't you shouting that you were powerful just now? You can't do it when it comes to fighting for real. This is the strength of the Ice Sect? I don't even know how your sect became a 5-star sect. Zhao Li saw through Xue Junfei's thoughts and purposely provoked him. The surrounding crowd started to discuss, and many people were mocking Xue Junfei's cowardice. Qin Fun couldn't stand it anymore. After all, Xue Junfei was in this predicament because of him. But before he could speak, Xue Junfei suddenly clenched his fists and roared, Fine! I accept your life and death battle. This time tomorrow we will fight to the death. The crowd was excited. These cultivators were people who didn't mind getting into trouble. Seeing that there was a life and death battle so soon, they were extremely excited. Zhao Li was stunned, but he quickly raised his head and laughed. Haha, good. You only have 24 hours left to live. I advise you to write your will tonight, or else you won't have a chance. Zhao Xing looked at Zhao Li with admiration, then glared at Qin Fun and shouted, Brat, this flying ship needs to travel for 7 days and 7 nights. Count yourself lucky for these 7 days. But when we reach the Fallen God Sea, don't let me see you or else it will be your death day. Let's go. Zhao Xing swaggered away after leaving behind these ruthless words. Zhao Li didn't forget to look back at Xue Junfei with a smile as if he was looking at a dead man. Seeing that there was no more show to watch, the crowd dispersed. Xue Junfei's body went limp and he sat on the deck. He realized that he was too impulsive just now, but it was too late now. Brother, don't worry about me. Be careful of Zhao Lei in the future. None of those Celestial Crane Mountain disciples are good people. Xue Junfei didn't forget to remind Qin Fun. How could Qinfen leave? He was the one who caused this, so he had to at least help Xue Junfei win against Zhao Li. Brother Xue, my name is Qinfen. Is there anyone else in your room? Xue Junfei was stunned. He didn't understand what Qinfen meant. As a disciple of the 5-star sect Ice Snow Mountain, I have a room to myself. What can I do for you, Brother Qin? That's good. I see that Brother Xue is at Saint King level 5. I can help you break through to Saint King level 6 in one night. Xue Junfei was stunned, and he even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. As a disciple of a 5-star sect, he definitely had a lot of cultivation resources. Even so, he had never heard the elders or even the sect leader of the sect say such big words. Help a Saint King level 5 cultivator break through to Saint King level 6 in one night? Wouldn't everyone in the divine supreme continent be able to step into the nihility God realm? Brother Qin, don't console me. I know that I will most likely die in the battle tomorrow, but since I have accepted the challenge, I will not back down. Xue Junfei's eyes suddenly burned with fighting spirit. He stood up and prepared to go back. Qinfen followed him all the way. When they reached the cabin, he said, If Brother Xue trusts me, you can let me in to help you. Xue Junfei still didn't believe him, but seeing that Qinfen had followed him to the door, he couldn't reject him. The two entered the room. The room's environment was similar to the resting room allocated to the disciples of Square Tower. There were some spirit stones and an ancient book on the wooden table. It seemed that Xue Junfei had been cultivating not long ago. Brother Qin, if you don't have a place to stay, you can stay here tonight. Xue Junfei saw that Qinfen's clothes were very ordinary, so he naturally listed him as a rogue cultivator. Qinfen didn't say anything after entering the room. He took out a jade bottle and threw it to Xue Junfei. Brother Xue, hurry up and break through. I will protect you. Xue Junfei didn't care about the jade bottle. Because of his low spirits, he didn't even have the mood to open it. Brother Qin, I appreciate your kindness. However, I have only reached Saint King, level 5, less than 2 months ago. It is impossible for me to break through to level 6 in such a short time. Brother Xue, let's not talk so much. Open the jade bottle and take a look, Qinfen said. Xue Junfei had no choice but to open the jade bottle casually. Instantly, a strong pill fragrance filled the air in the room. Xue Junfei instinctively looked at it and was so shocked that he almost threw the jade bottle away. Golden Spirit Pill? This is a bottle of Golden Spirit Pill. Chapter 1609. After seeing the elixir in the jade bottle, Xue Junfei could not calm down. He knew very well that the Golden Spirit Elixir was a type of level 6 Golden Spirit Elixir. It was the best auxiliary elixir to help a level 5 Holy King break through to level 6. Even if Xue Junfei was in a 5-star sect, it was very difficult to get a level 6 Golden Spirit Elixir. Brother Qin, you're giving me a bottle of Golden Spirit Elixir? Xue Junfei looked at Qin Feng in surprise. In fact, Qin Feng had deliberately suppressed his aura to the level of a level 1 Holy King before he boarded the ship. In the eyes of others, he was just a level 1 Holy King. Brother Xue, quickly take the elixir and break through. After that, I'll give you a spiritual weapon and a set of martial skills. I believe you won't lose in tomorrow's battle, Qin Feng said calmly. Xue Junfei was a little confused. He saw that Qin Feng was dressed very ordinarily and had already classified him as a rogue cultivator. He did not expect this young rogue cultivator to be so generous. Not only did he give elixirs, but he also gave spiritual weapons and martial skills. Brother Qin, this matter concerns my life, so I won't be polite with you. If I can survive tomorrow's battle, my life is Brother Qin's. After Xue Junfei came back to his senses, he directly swallowed a Golden Spirit Elixir. Suddenly, rich spiritual energy rippled in his body. His originally empty dantian was quickly filled up, and he gradually felt like it was swelling. One golden spirit elixir did not help him break through smoothly. Xue Junfei did not hesitate and immediately swallowed 2 more golden spirit elixirs. When the elixir entered his mouth, there was another burst of rich spiritual energy rippling. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. Xue Junfei's face showed excitement and joy. Breakthrough? I really broke through to level 6 Holy King. Brother Qin, this is a superior grade golden spirit elixir. Xue Junfei could not help but shout. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations, Brother Xue! After a while, Xue Junfei gradually calmed down. Before he met Qin Feng, he would never have thought that he would only need 2 months to break through from level 5 Holy King to level 6 Holy King. Brother Qin, there are 3 golden spirit elixirs left here. I'll return them to you. Xue Junfei was not a greedy person and returned the jade bottle to Qin Feng. This behavior made Qin Feng very satisfied. It seemed that he had not helped the wrong person this time. In fact, this bottle of golden spirit pills had already been refined by Qin Fin back in Flower City, and he had been saving them for when he broke through to the 6th stage Saint King realm. Unexpectedly, during his life or death battle with Li Sha, he had used the lightning from the thunder elemental bead to break through to the 6th stage Saint King realm. The gold spirit pill is useless to me. Keep it for yourself. It can stabilize your realm. Qin Feng stuffed the jade bottle back. Xue Junfei was stunned. In his opinion, Qin Feng was just a first-order Saint King. So how could a golden spirit pill be useless to him? Qin Feng didn't dwell on this topic and asked, Brother Xue, what weapon are you proficient in? Our Ice Snow Mountain specializes in sword and spear techniques. I'm good at both of these weapons. Sword, Zer, Spirit Elixir. Qi Sword of Yen, I Feng of Li, Tian Qi had Zer. He had obtained this pink spiritual sword from Li Sha's storage ring after he had killed him. This pink spirit sword is a gift to Brother Xue. You can name it yourself. Xue X Junfei was again. Previously, he had heard Qin Feng say that he would not only give a golden core, but also a spiritual weapon and martial skill. Now, it seemed that Qin Feng was telling the truth. Brother Qin, that won't do. You've already helped me break through to the 6th level of the Saint King realm. I'm already unable to repay your kindness. So how can I accept your spirit sword? Xue Junfei waved his hand to refuse. Qin Feng smiled and said, Is it because Brother Xue doesn't like my spirit sword? How is this possible? I'm not afraid of Brother Qin laughing at me. But right now I'm only using a blue-grade spiritual sword and a purple-grade long spear. They can't compare to Brother Qin's pink-grade spiritual sword all. Xue Junfei was even more shocked. He realized that Qin Feng was simply too rich. He casually took out the golden spirit pill and the pink spirit sword. In Xue Junfei's opinion, these things were things that only the sect's great elders possessed. Since that's the case, just accept it. I still have quite a few pink spirit swords on me. Qin Feng said indifferently. Xue Junfei didn't know what to say. In the end, he accepted the sword. Perhaps he was numb to Qin Feng's generosity. So when Qin Fen offered to give him a martial skill manual, he didn't refuse. Qin Feng learned something surprising. Xue Junfei was actually a cultivator with a wind spirit root. It was also because he had a wind spirit root that he was chosen by the 5-star sect, Ice Snow Mountain. Considering this, Qin Feng gave Xue Junfei the Shadowless Sword, a sword technique that was not taught to outsiders. This sword technique relied on speed to achieve victory, which was suitable for cultivators with a wind spirit root. A golden spirit pill, a pink spirit sword, and a high-grade martial skill manual. Xue Junfei didn't know how to thank Qin Feng. Originally, he didn't have a shred of hope for tomorrow's life-and-death battle, but now he was full of confidence. Xue Junfei began to practice the Shadowless Sword. Before he knew it, a night had passed. Although it was only a short night, Shuet Junfei's shadowless sword had some form. This was probably related to his wind spirit root. It was noon. On one of the decks of the airship, cultivators had already gathered. In the middle of the deck, there was a huge field surrounded by iron poles. It was the famous arena of the airship. The Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce had long ago stipulated that fights were not allowed on the airship, and this arena was the only place where fights were allowed. It's already time for the battle. Why isn't Shui Junfei from Ice Snow Mountain here yet? Hee, that kid is only a level 5 Saint King, while Zhao Li from Celestial Crane Mountain is a level 6 Saint King. Shui Junfei knows that he will definitely die in this battle, so he is most likely hiding like a turtle. Tisk TSK. What an incompetent person. If he really runs away from the battle, the entire Ice Snow Mountain will be humiliated by him. The crowd was here to watch the show. The life and death battle between Shui Junfei and Zhao Li was the first battle of this god-perishing sea treasure hunt. There were already 5 people standing on the arena. They were Zhao Li and his 4 junior brothers. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, the 5 of them had smug expressions on their faces. Junior brother Zhao Li, it seems that Shui Junfei is really afraid. Zhao Li patted Zhao Li's shoulder and smiled. Humph, that kind of trash dares to go against senior brother Zhao Li? If he dares to appear, I will teach him a lesson on behalf of senior brother. If he doesn't dare to accept the challenge, I believe he won't be able to show his face in front of us in the future. That kid has just stepped into level 5 Saint King. I don't know what's wrong with his brain. He dares to go against us. He is asking for trouble. The other 3 junior brothers also agreed. At this moment, there were 4 people in the crowd with cold expressions. They glared at Zhao Li and the other 4 junior brothers on the arena. Eldest senior brother, did Shui Junfei really run away? This is too embarrassing. This kid is extremely talented in martial arts. There are only a few people in our Ice Snow Mountain who can compare to him. However, he likes to meddle in other people's business. This time, he really got himself into trouble. These 4 people were disciples of Ice Snow Mountain. This time, they went to the god-perishing sea with Shui Junfei to search for treasures. After knowing that Shui Junfei had arranged a life-and-death battle with Zhao Li, they were angry and worried. The 2nd chapter will be released at noon. Also, Old Du is busy in August. The Hedonist Sovereign promises to update a chapter every day. If he has extra time, he will update more. I hope everyone understands. Chapter 1610. Look who's here. Shui Junfei dares to come? Does he want to die? What an idiot. He knows he can't win, yet he still comes to die. I wonder why the Ice Snow Mountain likes this kid. They might as well accept me into their sect. Shui Junfei was scolded even if he didn't come. This was the rule of the divine continent. Everything depended on one's strength. The weak were always despised and looked down upon. Shui Junfei acted as if he didn't hear the frenzied discussions around him. There was an extraordinary confidence in his eyes. Qin Feng followed behind him, but he was ignored by the crowd. This is bad, eldest senior brother. Junior brother Junfei is really here. The 3 disciples of the Ice Snow Mountain panicked. Although they weren't satisfied with Shui Junfei's decision to accept the life-and-death challenge, they were still fellow disciples. Naturally, they didn't want Shui Junfei to die. Junior brother Junfei, why are you here? The eldest senior brother had already rushed over with the 3 junior brothers. Shui Junfei said guiltily, Senior brothers and junior brothers, I was reckless this time. Don't worry, I'm confident I can defeat Zhao Li. The 4 of them didn't believe him. The eldest senior brother advised, Junfei, hurry up and leave. We'll help you stop Zhao Li and the others. Even if the Ice Snow Mountain loses face this time, it's better than losing your life. Qin Feng listened to their conversation and realized that the disciples of the Ice Snow Mountain had deep feelings for each other. They were all people worth befriending. Xue Junfei was even more ashamed. He knew his recklessness had humiliated the sect and made his fellow disciples worry. Because of this, Xue Junfei wouldn't leave. He wanted to chop off Zhao Li's head with his own hands to show the dignity of the Ice Snow Mountain. Senior brothers and junior brothers, there's no need to say more. Since I'm here, I'll definitely accept the challenge. Oh right, let me introduce everyone. This is young Hero Qin Feng. Young Hero Qin. These are my fellow disciples from the same sect. Seeing that Xue Junfei was still in the mood to introduce his friends, his fellow disciples were speechless. The eldest senior brother advised again. Junior brother Junfei, you've just stepped into the 5th Saint King realm, but Zhao Li has already stepped into the 6th Saint King realm half a year ago. You're not in the same league. You'll only die in this battle. The eldest senior brother couldn't care less anymore and explained the seriousness of the problem. At this time, Xue Junfei had already broken through to the 6th level Saint King, but he had listened to Qin Feng's advice and deliberately suppressed his strength to the 5th level Saint King. The purpose of this was to numb Zhao Li and give him a killing blow. Xue Junfei did not know how to explain his breakthrough right now. Otherwise, if news of it leaked out, Zhao Li would definitely be on guard. After Xue Junfei appeared, the crowd immediately surrounded him. Zhao Li and his 4 junior brothers also swaggered over. Yo, you've finally shown yourself. We thought you were going to be a coward. Zhao Li laughed unscrupulously. Xue Junfei's expression turned cold. He clenched his fists and was about to rush forward, but Qin Feng beat him to it and said, Someone is tired of living, so Brother Xue naturally has to take his life. I just didn't expect that guy to be so eager to die. It's the first time I've seen someone like that. Xue Junfei had already calmed down. Zhao Li and the others were enraged by Qin Feng's words. He looked at Qin Feng gratefully. If he really fought just now, it was very likely that he would have exposed his strength. Brat, don't be anxious. We will settle the score sooner or later. I will not do anything else on this trip to the Fallen God Sea. I will definitely kill you. Zhao Li scolded. Qin Feng's state of mind was very strong, so he was not moved at all. He said sarcastically, Haha, then you really have nothing better to do. You came to the Fallen God Sea just to kill someone. Do you have a perverted mentality? This sentence made the crowd laugh. It was not easy to obtain the qualification to search for treasures in the Fallen God Sea. It was the first time they had heard of someone going to the Fallen God Sea just to kill someone. Zhao Li was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He realized that he could not win against Qin Feng in a quarrel, so he shouted angrily, Stop talking nonsense. The time for the battle is already up. Hurry up and start. After saying that, he gave Zhao Li a look. Zhao Li sneered and said, Brat, don't worry. I will let you see how your friend dies with your own eyes. Qin Feng ignored Zhao Li and looked at Xue Junfei. After some adjustment, Xue Junfei was in a good mood. He nodded at Qin Feng and said, Brother Qin, don't worry. I won't let you down. The two had already entered the arena. The rest of the cultivators retreated to the iron fence to watch. Before the battle began, many cultivators had already set up bets. Xue Junfei is 1 to 10. Zhao Li is 1 to 2. Hurry up and place your bets. The bets are going to be closed soon. I will bet 10,000 high-grade spirit stones on Zhao Li. I will bet 100,000 spirit stones on Zhao Li. There is no suspense in this battle. Whoever bet on Xue Junfei is an idiot. Qin Feng realized that there were many people who liked to gamble. In less than half a minute, the open space of the gambling house was piled up with several mountains of spirit stones. However, up until now, almost everyone had bet on Zhao Li's victory. Even though there were a few cultivators who had bet on Xue Junfei with the mentality of a complete reversal, the most they had bet on was only 5,000 spirit stones. Not even 10,000 spirit stones had been bet. I will bet 2,000,000 spirit stones. Qin Feng walked to the side of the arena. He immediately bet 2,000,000 spirit stones, causing the crowd to exclaim. His next words shocked the crowd. All on Xue Junfei. Whoosh! The arena was in an uproar. Zhao Li and Xue Junfei were left alone in the arena. Those who didn't know better would think that this was the real arena. This young cultivator is so rich. I don't even have 1,000,000 spirit stones. But he casually bet 2,000,000. What's the use of having money? His brain isn't working well. These 2,000,000 spirit stones are wasted. Birds of a feather flock together. There's nothing wrong with what you said. These two fools just happen to be good friends. Qin Feng ignored the crowd's mockery. After placing the spirit stones, he went to the side and waited for the battle to begin. Soon, the other cultivators also gathered around the martial arts field. Everyone finally remembered that today's fight was the real deal. Xue Junfei, you've gone against me, senior brother Zhao Lei, and the others several times. I've always found you an eyesore. Today will be the day you die. Zhao Li stood on the stage with his hands behind his back. He did not take Xue Junfei seriously at all. Xue Junfei's current state of mind was extraordinarily calm. He was like an ancient well with no ripples. Enough with the nonsense. Can we begin? Zhao Li was stunned. After accepting the challenge yesterday, Xue Junfei looked like he had lost his soul. Why did he seem like a different person today? Could it be that he knew he was going to die and had accepted it? Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Rumble. With a roar, Zhao Li suddenly made his move. He leaped more than 10 meters into the air and threw a meteor hammer in his hand. The meteor hammer was the size of a basketball and was covered with barbs. Zhao Li grabbed the chain and swung the meteor hammer in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the meteor hammer went, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. In less than 2 breaths, the huge hammer smashed into the ground. Rumble. A deep pit appeared on the flat deck. The cracks spread like a long dragon. The meteor hammer had completely smashed into the deck. Zhao Li waved his hand and pulled the meteor hammer out. It brought along a pile of broken wood and iron pieces like a dragon coming out of the sea. The iron pieces flew all over the sky. The impact was comparable to a bullet. Xue Junfei's expression changed slightly. He dodged all the attacks. He had already guessed that Zhao Li's strength was much higher than his, but he still underestimated him. Having missed his attack, Zhao Li's face turned cold, as if he had lost face. He leaped into the air. His slender body was like an arrow released from a bow. In a few blinks of an eye, he appeared behind Xue Junfei. Rumble. The meteor hammer smashed down again. Another piece of intact deck was blown into pieces. Xue Junfei had no way to fight back in the explosion. Even if he tried his best to dodge, he would still be hit by the debris from time to time. What did I say? Xue Junfei will lose without a doubt. He won't even have a chance to fight back in front of Zhao Li. I bet 100,000 spirit stones on Zhao Li. Now I can earn back 100,000 spirit stones in a matter of minutes. This Zhao Li is definitely not an ordinary 6th-level Holy King. The power of his meteor hammer is comparable to that of an ordinary 7th-level Holy King. The crowd was discussing. Many people cheered for Zhao Li because they had bet on Zhao Li to win. On the contrary, there was almost no one cheering for Xue Junfei. His 4 seniors and juniors shouted a few times, but they were completely drowned out by the cheers of the crowd. Xue Junfei, don't run if you have the guts. Let me smash your head. Zhao Li became more and more pleased with himself. He even slowed down his attacks and deliberately teased Xue Junfei. A long sword flew out of Xue Junfei's sleeve. It turned into a pink light and flashed in the air. Zhao Li's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised his meteor hammer to block. With a clang, the flying sword knocked away the meteor hammer and left a bloody mark on Zhao Li's arm. The bustling battle arena suddenly quietened down. Everyone's eyes and jaws dropped to the ground. Everyone thought that Xue Junfei was about to be killed by Zhao Li. No one expected this kid to counterattack. Zhao Li subconsciously looked at his arm that was spurting blood. For a moment, he forgot that he was still fighting. The smile in his eyes disappeared. They were bloodshot. Xue Junfei, I will smash you into pieces. Boom! Zhao Li's expression was ferocious. He suddenly swung his hammer. The air was filled with explosions. The strong sense of danger forced many cultivators to retreat 100 meters away. Oh my God! Zhao Li didn't use his full strength just now. He is definitely at the peak of 6th level Holy King. He can break through to 7th level at any time. Just now, Zhao Li was careless and was stabbed by Xue Junfei. Now that he has used his full strength, I guarantee that Xue Junfei won't even have a chance to fight back. Chapter 1611. Ha! Ha ha! Xue Junfei, you can die now. Seeing that Xue Junfei was not moving, Zhao Li's eyes were filled with playfulness. He exerted force in his hand, and the meteor hammer's speed doubled. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! The deck was shattered, and the surrounding cultivators felt the ground shake violently. However, no one paid attention to these movements. Everyone's expression changed when they realized that Xue Junfei had disappeared. Where is Xue Junfei? Was he blown to pieces? Impossible. There was not even a trace of blood on the deck. How did that brat escape? Xue Junfei had really disappeared. This puzzled the crowd. If that brat had really escaped, how did he do it? However, many high-level cultivators in the crowd frowned. Xue Junfei did not escape. He was attacking. What a powerful sword technique. This should not be a sword technique of the Snow Mountain. Why did it look like the shadowless sword of Broken Hung Mountain? No, this brat was not a 5th level Holy King. He had already stepped into 6th level Holy King. Although the high-level cultivators had sensed Xue Junfei's attack, they could not see his exact location. In front of these people, there were overlapping, illusory sword shadows. The sword chi was as dense as a net, and the momentum was as turbulent as the tide. Even if they were trapped, they would not be able to escape easily. Grand Senior Brother, how did Junior Brother Junfei know the shadowless sword of Broken Hung Mountain? The 3 disciples of the Snow Mountain were dumbfounded. Grand Senior Brother could not explain it. He wanted to ask Xue Junfei about it. At this moment, Zhao Li's attack ended, and he landed on the deck. As soon as he landed, he frowned and quickly retreated. Brat, how dare you hide your strength? Zhao Li had already seen through it, but it was too late. Countless strands of sword chi enveloped over from all directions, and it was like a heavenly net had enveloped him. Zhao Li's mind was in a mess. He could not see Xue Junfei's figure at all. He could not even sense the sword chi. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions was endless. When the sword chi hit Zhao Li, it was like a speeding car crashing into him. Zhao Li roared and waved the meteor hammer in his hand wildly. However, he could not even touch Xue Junfei's hair. Wuxie white shadow flashed. Su Junfei reappeared on the deck 5 meters in front of Zhao Li. Zhao Li's black robe was in tatters, and his body was covered in cuts and bruises from the sword chi. In the end, blood kept gushing out of his mouth, and his eyes were wide open. Surname Xue, you can't defeat me. Even if you hid your strength, I can still kill you. Puchi Zhao Li raised his hand and prepared to swing the meteor hammer. However, a pink light flashed, and the flying sword pierced through his back, piercing through his heart. The deck suddenly quieted down, and the atmosphere was strange. The cheers and shouts from before could no longer be heard. Their eyes and jaws dropped to the ground. I won against Xue Junfei, I won. Haha, I was right to bet on an underdog. I won a total of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. A cultivator suddenly shouted in excitement. The funny thing was that his excitement wasn't because it concerned Xue Junfei's life or death, but because it concerned the outcome of the bet. More and more people woke up. The four from the Bingshui mountain ran to Xue Junfei's side. Junior brother Junfei, when did you break through to the 6th stage, Saint King realm? Eldest senior brother still finds it hard to accept. Xue Junfei looked at Gao Fei, scratched his head, and said with a smile, Eldest senior brother, it was Brother Qin who gave me a bottle of Jinling pills. I just broke through last night. The four of them cried out in surprise again. Previously, they didn't think much of Qin Feng. Now that they looked at him, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This brother gave you a bottle of Jinling pills. He's really generous. Eldest senior brother's voice trembled. As for the other 3 junior brothers, they were full of envy. The 3 of them were also stuck at the 5th stage, Saint King realm. They also wanted a bottle of Jinling pills to break through. Qin Feng didn't give them Jinling pills. Not to mention that he didn't have any on him now. Even if he had extra, he wouldn't give it to them so easily. Xue Junfei helped him, and his personality was to Qin Feng's liking. That was why Qin Feng would repay Xue Junfei. Qin Feng was indeed rich, but he wasn't stupid. Zhao Li, wake up. The 4 from Celestial Crane Mountain finally woke up and shook Zhao Li's body. However, Zhao Li's heart was pierced by a sword. He was already dead. Xue Junfei, you dare to kill my junior brother? I'll kill you with my own hands. Zhao Li suddenly leaped over and pulled out a machete from his back. The long machete slashed down, and the airflow in the air changed drastically, forming a huge whirlpool. The cultivators immediately retreated to the side. Many of them looked fearful. Fuck! What realm is Zhao Li from Celestial Crane Mountain? What a powerful aura! He was an early stage, 9th stage Saint King. Xue Junfei definitely wouldn't be able to block this attack. No wonder Zhao Li was usually arrogant and despotic. There weren't many people at his age who could reach early stage, 9th stage, Saint King realm. Everyone looked at Xue Junfei with sympathy. It wasn't easy for this guy to defeat Zhao Li and save his life. However, he was still going to die in Zhao Li's hands. The saber qi whirlpool in the air quickly landed on the ground. It was accompanied by a strong pressure. Xue Junfei stood under the saber qi whirlpool. He felt like his body was trapped, and he didn't even have the strength to escape. Whoosh! However, at the crucial moment, the eldest senior brother of the Snow Ice Mountain stabbed through the air. He held a pink spear in his hand. The moment he stabbed out, 3 huge spear winds were formed. The spear winds quickly gathered and formed the shape of 3 long dragons. They collided with the saber qi whirlpool in the air. Rumble! A deafening sound shook the sky and earth. It felt like the airship was shaking slightly. Zhao Li, how dare you cause trouble on the airship of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce? After the spear strike, the eldest senior brother didn't give chase. Instead, he looked at Zhao Li in the distance with a frosty expression. The crowd was in an uproar. Some people revealed the strength of the eldest senior brother of the Snow Ice Mountain. It turned out that he was also an early stage, 9th stage, Saint King, realm powerhouse. Xue Junfei escaped death and quickly retreated behind the eldest senior brother. The other 3 disciples also surrounded him and glared at Zhao Li and the others. The 5 of you better remember this. This matter isn't over yet. When Zhao Li heard the name of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce, he immediately calmed down. He even felt a lingering fear in his heart. Before he left, he suddenly stopped and turned back to glare at Qin Feng. And you brat, I'll also take your dog head with my own hands. Zhao Li and the others carried Zhao Li's corpse and left. Before this, they would never have thought that the result of the martial arts competition would be like this. The crowd watching the show quickly dispersed. The deck of the martial arts arena was in a mess. It would be bad if the people of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce came looking for trouble. A few mountains of spirit stones were piled on the empty ground. They were all the bets that Qin Feng had won. Qin Feng did a rough calculation. There were more than 30 million spirit stones. He put 20 million of them into his star ring and divided the remaining 10 million equally among the disciples of the Snow Ice Mountain. Actually, Qin Feng mainly wanted to give them to Xue Junfei. After all, it was Xue Junfei who had participated in the life and death battle that helped him win so many spirit stones. However, Qin Feng knew that with Xue Junfei's personality, he would definitely divide the spirit stones equally with his senior and junior brothers. Thus, he simply suggested splitting them equally. The disciples of the Snow Ice Mountain were stunned. They were not like Xue Junfei, who had not yet gotten used to Qin Feng's generosity. Xue Junfei smiled and said, "Senior and junior brothers, just accept it. Brother Qin has always been so generous. You'll get used to it." The four of them came to their senses and looked at Qin Feng in a different way. They even started to curry favor with him. After putting away the spirit stones on the ground, Xue Junfei said, "Brother Qin, you can stay at my place for the next few days. We can take care of each other." Qin Feng thought about it and followed Xue Junfei. He was afraid that when he returned to the square tower, he would be gossiped about again. Sooner or later, his identity would be exposed. The group returned to the cabin. Xue Junfei's senior and junior brothers returned to their own rooms. "Brother Qin, you can treat this as your own room. Don't stand on ceremony with me. I comprehended some things in the life and death battle just now. I'll go into seclusion for a while." Life and death battles were very effective for cultivators. Qin Feng nodded. It just so happened that he had 130 million high-grade spirit stones not long ago. He wanted to go to the astral world to level up. With a slight thought, Qin Feng entered the astral world. Immediately, waves of abundant spirit energy flowed into Qin Feng's body. The current spirit energy density in the astral world was comparable to that in Pear Continent. Even the outer area of the fallen god, Sea, could not compare to the astral world. Qin Feng currently had 30 million high-grade spirit stones. He threw 20 million of them into the astral world. The spirit stones were quickly converted into spiritual energy and spread out. The area of the astral world expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Congratulations, Master. The astral world has expanded to 25,000 square meters. The spirit energy density has doubled." Little Pig's excited voice sounded. Qin Feng looked at the astral world, which was originally only 100 square meters. Now, it had expanded to 25,000 square meters. He was very happy. The spirit energy in the astral world is so rich now. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he felt such rich spirit energy. It even surpassed the spirit energy density in the ancient martial relic that he found in Fu City's Wuguan Mountain. There were 8 spiritual pearls embedded in the Blessed Heaven Cave, and there was also a spirit gathering formation. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the astral world and started cultivating. He had used the lightning tribulation to break through to level 6 Holy King not long ago. His dantian was in a state of emptiness. However, after cultivating in the astral world for a while, he felt that his body was gradually filling up. Oh no! Xue Junfei came out of seclusion. Gao Fei had already set up a small formation outside. When he felt that the formation was activated, he quickly came out of the astral world. "Brother Qin, thank you so much." Xue Junfei looked happy. It seemed that he had comprehended many things. He was in a hurry to go into seclusion and did not have time to express his gratitude. "Brother Xue, you're welcome. Winning the martial arts competition is more important than anything else." Qin Feng smiled. Xue Junfei's face was full of gratitude. Although he had only known Qin Feng for 2 days, his friendship with Qin Feng had almost surpassed that of his senior and junior brothers. Brother Qin, this flying ship will take 7 days and 7 nights to reach the center of the fallen God Sea. When the time comes, you can join our team from the Snow Ice Mountain. We can take care of each other. Gao Fei understood Xue Junfei's thoughts. He was afraid that Zhao Lei and the others would find trouble with him after he got off the flying ship. However, Qin Feng was really not afraid of Zhao Lei and the others. Moreover, because he had the system, it was not convenient for him to form a team with others. Friends who want to read books, you can search for Blue Book Bar. You will find this site as soon as possible. Chapter 1612. Qin Feng changed the topic and said, "That's right, Brother Xue. Since this ship is going to travel on the sea for 7 days and 7 nights, shouldn't there be some activities? Otherwise, I would be bored to death." It seemed like this wasn't Xue Junfei's first time searching for treasures in the Godfall Ocean. He said, "Brother Qin, there are many activities on the ship. There were auctions held by the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce, artifact exchanges, pill conferences, and so on. There are also various activities held by cultivators. We happen to be free. Brother Qin, do you want to take a look?" Xue Junfei was in a good mood. Not only did he kill Zhao Li and restore the Snow Mountain's reputation, but he also made a good friend like Qin Feng. "All right, let's go take a look on the ship." The two of them left the lounge and went to the spaceship's hall. The hall was extremely spacious, and dozens of people had already gathered around it. The cultivators in each venue were doing something different. Some were discussing medicinal pills, some were discussing martial Dao, while some were setting up stalls to sell items. Brother Qin, the circle in front is the Sage King Exchange. It has always been held here in the past. If you want to join this circle, you must break through to the Saint King realm. The main theme of the circle is to exchange treasures with each other. As they walked, Xue Junfei explained the purpose of the different circles in detail. Qin Feng was quite interested in the Saint King Exchange. Since it was a group of Saint King realm masters exchanging treasures, the treasures would naturally not be bad. There was even a Buddha Light exchange conference in the main hall. Qin Feng wanted to participate, but his realm was not high enough. "Sorry to disturb you, fellow Taoists. My friend and I would also like to join your gathering." Xue Junfei had already walked to the side of the crowd and cupped his fists in greeting. There were more than 30 cultivators surrounding them, all of whom were at the Holy King realm. When everyone looked at Xue Junfei, many of them recognized him. "Are you Xue Junfei from the Snow Mountain? I saw the battle where you killed Zhao Li not long ago. You're not bad, kid. You've actually broken through to the 6th level Saint King realm at such a young age. Both of you are Saint Kings, so you're qualified to participate in our exchange, so sit down." His aura was as deep as the sea, and Qin Feng and Xue Junfei couldn't see through it. "Let's go." From his tone and domineering attitude, he should be the organizer of this Holy King exchange. The two of them found empty seats and sat down. As a disciple of a 5-star sect and a 6th level Saint King, many people greeted Xue Junfei after he sat down. On the other hand, Qin Feng had only displayed the strength of a 1st level Saint King, and he was an unfamiliar face, so no one paid any attention to him. Xue Junfei felt somewhat awkward. He knew that Qin Feng was much more powerful than him, but it was a pity that these people had no foresight and ignored Qin Feng's existence. However, Qin Feng didn't care about this. Instead, he wanted to keep a low profile and not attract everyone's attention. After a round of self-introductions, the meeting returned to the main topic. At this moment, a cultivator sitting next to Qin Feng took out a paper talisman and said, "This is a rank 6 blood shield talisman. As for its function, I'm sure everyone knows, so I won't waste any more time. I'm lacking a flying magic tool. As long as anyone has a low-grade flying magic tool, I'm willing to exchange it with a rank 6 blood escape talisman." Qin Feng had some understanding of talismans. When he was still in China, he had refined the fireball talisman and the transparent talisman. However, those were the lowest level of talismans. They were completely useless in the current divine continent. The rank 6 talisman that the man took out was already of a very high level. When Qin Feng fought against the road bandit Li Sha used a rank 5 fire talisman. That rank 5 fire talisman could instantly kill a 4th level Saint King. From this, it could be seen how powerful a rank 6 talisman was. It's a rank 6 talisman. It's a pity that it's a blood escape talisman. Otherwise, I would trade with you, someone exclaimed. Brother Zhang is right. Rank 6 talismans are very rare. It's a pity that Brother Wu has a blood escape talisman. Ordinary cultivators won't want it, an old man said while stroking his beard. The man who took out the rank 6 blood escape talisman was called Wu Xiong. He looked as strong and burly as a black bear. He was a little disappointed when he saw that no one was interested in the blood escape talisman. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man in a black robe said, I want the rank 6 blood escape talisman. It's a low-grade flying magic tool. The black-robed man waved his hand, and a palm-sized flying ship landed under Wu Xiong's feet. Everyone looked at the black-robed man and immediately understood. So it's Shui Wu Xian from the Blood Evil sect. It's understandable that he would want to trade for this blood escape talisman. The Blood Evil sect is one of the large devil sects in the northern Sand region. The rank 6 blood escape talisman requires the cultivator to burn their blood meridians. This is simply self-harming. However, to the cultivators of the Blood Evil sect, it's not a problem. No wonder no one was willing to trade for Wu Xiong's rank 6 blood escape talisman. It turned out that the condition to activate the talisman was to burn one's blood meridians. Wu Xiong simply glanced at the flying magic tool under his feet and immediately threw the rank 6 blood escape talisman to Shui Wu Xian. All right, our trade is complete. The two of them took the treasures they had traded and looked at them. They looked like they couldn't bear to part with them. The others continued to trade for treasures. According to the order, it was Qin Feng's turn. Senior Shui, that kid has just joined us. His cultivation level is average. He doesn't look like a cultivator with any treasures. Why don't we skip him? Qin Feng hadn't even taken out his treasure when the cultivator sitting opposite him became impatient. Although the others didn't say anything, it wasn't hard to tell from their slightly disdainful looks that they didn't like Qin Feng either. During our exchange, we agreed that everyone would have a chance to trade for treasures. Let's follow the rules. A little while won't make a difference. The old man, sitting at the head of the table, spoke. Although he seemed to be speaking up for Qin Feng, everyone could see that Senior Shui didn't want to break the rules he had set. Otherwise, he would lose face. Shui Junfei looked embarrassed. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have brought Qin Feng to this bullshit Sage King exchange. Although he was dissatisfied with Qin Feng, he didn't get angry. After all, everyone present was a Sage King realm powerhouse. Based on his and Qin Feng's strength, they were no match for them. However, Qin Feng didn't care about this. He took out a jade bottle unhurriedly. I've brought a bottle of elixirs. I want to exchange it for some refining materials. I also need some spirit stones. After Qin Feng finished speaking, no one paid attention to him. In the eyes of these cultivators, Qin Feng was just a Sage King realm cultivator. What kind of elixirs could a cultivator of this level take out? It couldn't be the golden sage pill needed to break through from the immortal Qi realm to the Sage King realm, right? Cough, cough. Don't keep us in suspense. Quickly open the jade bottle and let everyone see what elixirs you have. I think it's better if you don't open the jade bottle. We're not interested in your elixirs. Let the next person do it. All right, everyone calm down. Let him display the elixirs. If no one wants to exchange, then it'll be the next person's turn. Senior Shui shouted. Chapter 1613. Qin Feng did not care about what everyone was saying because he knew that the pills he took out would shock everyone. When the jade bottle was opened, the fragrance of pills filled the air. The expressions of many cultivators changed. At the very least, judging from the fragrance of the pill, it was not an ordinary pill. What kind of medicinal pill is that? This is my first time seeing it. A Sage King level 3 cultivator had a puzzled look on his face. Everyone looked at Qin Feng's hand curiously. There was a milky white pill in his palm. It was about the size of a ping-pong ball. The pill was smooth and round, emitting a faint glow. One look, and anyone could tell that it was a high-grade pill. This is an energy transformation pill. The old man, sitting at the head of the table, exclaimed. Everyone was startled. Senior Shui was a peak 9th stage Saint King master, so a pill that could surprise him was definitely not bad. Energy transformation pill? Why does this name sound so familiar? Holy shit, this is the Yuan transforming pill that can allow a peak 9th stage Saint King to break through to the Buddha light stage? That's a class 2 level 7 king pill. This guy actually has a king pill? The crowd immediately went wild. Previously, no one cared about Qin Fen at all, and they even wanted to directly skip him and move on to the next cultivator. But when the elemental transformation pill appeared, these cultivators couldn't wait to pounce on it and snatch it. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. This primary transformation pill was the batch he had refined for Yan Xianhai. After Yan Xianhai broke through, there were 2 left, and they were now with Qin Feng. That's right, what I took out was indeed the elemental transformation pill. Is there anyone who wants to trade with me? Qin Feng asked. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard all around. Everyone present was a Saint King realm powerhouse. Sooner or later, they would break through to the Buddha light boundary, and this Yuan transforming pill was the best auxiliary pill for breaking through to the Buddha light boundary. It was one of the pills that every Saint King realm cultivator desired. But very quickly, someone came back to his senses and asked in a doubtful voice, "Is this the real Yuan converting pill?" Everyone knows that the Vitality Transformation Pill is incomparably precious. If it was the real Vitality Transformation Pill, how could you possibly take out to exchange? As soon as these words came out, the excited cultivators all calmed down. Qin Feng's cultivation level was average, and his attire was also very ordinary. He did not look like someone who could take out an origin transformation pill. Humph! How dare he falsify something at the Sage King exchange? Are you tired of living? Zhang Zheng of the North Ming sect glared at Qin Feng. This person was a 6th level Saint King, so Qin Fen did not take him seriously at all. Have you ever taken my pills before? How could he be sure that it was fake? If you don't have enough experience, then don't come out and embarrass yourself. In the end, you will only be slapping yourself in the face. Qin Feng's words immediately angered Zhang Zheng. He jumped up, pulled out his long sword, and pointed it at Qin Feng. Stinking brat, do you know who you're talking to? I'm a disciple of the 5-star sect, Dark North sect. Do you believe that I won't take your cheap life with a single sword strike? Qin Feng smirked coldly. He had just killed Li Sha, who was an 8th level Saint King, not too long ago. This Zhang Zheng, who was merely a 6th level Saint King, could be instantly killed by him with a single slash. Don't you dare be rude to Brother Qin. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Shui Junfei jumped up angrily, releasing the aura of a 6th stage Saint King. A hint of fear flashed in Zhang Zheng's eyes. Although they were both 6th level Saint Kings, Zhang Zheng had personally witnessed Shui Junfei defeating Zhao Li of Celestial Crane Mountain not too long ago. What Shui Junfei displayed was not only the strength of a 6th level Saint King, but also comparable to a 7th level Saint King. Shui Junfei, are you sure you want to offend my Dark North sect for such a stinking brat? Zhang Zheng did not dare to fight Shui Junfei, so he began to use his sect to suppress him. However, Shui Junfei did not back down. Brother Qin is my big brother. I don't care who you are. If you want to deal with Brother Qin, you have to deal with me. Furthermore, What's the big deal about the Dark North sect? The snow ice mountain I belong to is also a 5-star sect, so I'm not afraid of your Dark North sect. Zhang Zheng was half dead with anger, his chest rising and falling. He glared at Qin Feng coldly and shouted, "Good, good. Stinking brat, consider yourself lucky today. You better not let me see you alone, or else I'll teach you a lesson." Zhang Zheng sat back down after saying these harsh words, as if Qin Feng had really escaped a calamity. Qin Feng found it funny, but he did not bother with Zhang Zheng. With his current vision and realm, Zhang Zheng was just like an ant. However, just as everyone was waiting to watch a good show, the organizer of this Holy King exchange, Xue Pingji, stared at the vitality pill in Qin Feng's hand. It might be the first time for others to see this kind of king elixir, but it was Xue Pingji's second time. The last time he saw his elder brother consume a vitality pill and successfully break through to the first change of Buddha aura. The vitality pill in Qin Feng's hand was definitely real, and its quality was even better than the one his elder brother had eaten. "Young hero Qin, I'll trade with you." Xue Pingji suddenly spoke, instantly stunning the crowd. Everyone knew that Senior Xue was experienced and knowledgeable, since he took the initiative to trade for the vitality pill in Qin Feng's hand. It meant that this vitality pill was real. "Senior Xue, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is this really a vitality pill?" Someone asked. Xue Pingji did not care about everyone else. He only had eyes for Qin Feng. He was well aware of the preciousness of the vitality pill. If everyone realized that this pill was a high-grade one, wouldn't they all fight for this vitality pill? "Young hero Qin, this is a Scarlet Devil Red Equipment Spirit Saber. I'm willing to trade for your pill." Xue Pingji did not waste any time and directly took out a saber from his storage ring. The spirit saber was more than a meter long, and the blade was curved into a beautiful arc. The entire spirit saber exuded a faint red light, as if it had intelligence. The moment the saber appeared, the scene exploded. Scarlet Devil Red Equipment? I've cultivated for decades, but this is the first time I've seen a Scarlet Devil Red Equipment. As expected of a supreme grade spirit saber, it's many times better than my purple grade mountain splitting saber. "Senior Xue, I'm lacking a spirit saber. Can you trade with me? I'll give you my storage ring directly." Many people were attracted by Xue Pingji's spirit saber and even forgot about the vitality pill that Qin Feng took out. Xue Pingji's expression did not change, but he felt a burst of contempt in his heart. This Scarlet Devil Red Equipment Spirit Saber was his own weapon. If it wasn't for the vitality pill, why would he exchange it with others? The vitality pill was too important to Xue Pingji. He had been stuck at the peak of the 9th realm of the Saint King realm for more than 10 years and had been unable to break through to the Buddha light realm. "Young hero Qin, please say something. If a spirit saber is not enough, I can add other things." Xue Pingji ignored everyone and stared at the vitality pill, as if he was afraid that the pill would suddenly disappear. The crowd was shocked again. This time, everyone realized a shocking fact. What Qin Feng took out was definitely a genuine vitality pill. "Young hero Qin, this is a low-grade, earth-grade sword skill. I'm willing to exchange it with you. I'll exchange 10 million high-grade spirit stones with young hero Qin. My flying ship is not bad. It's a low-grade flying spirit weapon. Does young hero Qin like it?" The cultivators who didn't even bother to look at Qin Feng before said all kinds of good things at this moment. That scene made Xue Junfei despise him. However, Xue Junfei was also shocked by the vitality pill that Qin Feng took out. He once again realized that Qin Feng's wealth was unimaginable. Suddenly, more than 10 cultivators took out their own treasures. This made Xue Pingji quite angry. He swept his eyes over those people and said coldly, "Fellow cultivators, everyone knows that I'm on the verge of breaking through. This vitality pill is of great significance to me. I hope that everyone can give me some face I, Shui Pingji, guarantee that once I get the vitality pill, I won't exchange for any other treasures today. Shui Pingji had already said this. Although many cultivators were unwilling, they could only sullenly take back their treasures. However, there were still 3 people who didn't back down. These 3 people were also experts who had stepped into the peak of the 9th realm of the Saint King realm. They were also in urgent need of the vitality pill to break through. When it came to breaking through, face was bullshit. Brother Lin, Brother Du, Brother Gao, what's the meaning of this? Shui Pingji's expression didn't look too good. Lin Hao smiled and said, Brother Shui, this Saint King exchange is hosted by you, and the rules are also set by you. As long as it's a treasure that appears in the exchange, any cultivator has the right to exchange equally. The vitality pill is useful to Brother Shui, but it's also urgent for us. We didn't break the rules, did we? Du Chun and Gao Qiao immediately echoed. Brother Lin is right. We just need it. We're not deliberately going against Brother Shui. Brother Shui, let's compete fairly. Let young Hero Qin choose who he wants to exchange with. Shui Pingji was suddenly speechless. The rules of the exchange were indeed set by him. He couldn't possibly slap his own face. I'm determined to get the vitality pill today. Since you guys insist on fighting for it, I'll fight you to the end. Shui Pingji said ruthlessly. However, Lin Hao and the other 2 were not afraid of him. Everyone was at the peak of the 9th realm of the Saint King realm. If they really fought, no one would know who would emerge victorious. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Feng. No one would have thought that this young man who was looked down upon by everyone would now become the most eye-catching figure in the exchange. However, Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth, and his words shocked everyone. The 4 of you don't need to fight. I don't like the items you've taken out. I need Blood Moon Stone, Black Gravel Steel, Star Wind Sand. If you have a wood spirit root, cultivation technique, and martial skill, that's fine too. Of course, in addition to that, I want an additional 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Qin Feng listed out the items he needed in one breath. The materials he needed were the main materials needed for the 3rd divine weapon, imprisonment on the system's out-of-print interface. As for the wood-type cultivation technique and martial skill, he wanted them for Sister Hong. The noisy atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Whether it was Shui Pingji or Lin Hao and the other 2, they had all taken out top-grade treasures. From the Scarlet Devil Spirit Saber to the Earth-grade cultivation technique and martial skill. There was also a Spirit-grade flying ship and even a level 6 fire talisman and 3 spirit beads. However, Qin Feng didn't even bother to look at such treasures. As for the items he proposed to exchange, most of the cultivators present had not even heard of them. Is this guy crazy? He doesn't even like the Scarlet Devil Spirit Saber? Also, Senior Du actually took out a level 6 fire talisman. That's a top-grade talisman that can kill a 9th realm Saint King. I suspect that guy is here to show off. In fact, he doesn't even intend to exchange for the yuan converting pill. He just wants to become famous. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Why would a 1st realm Saint King cultivator exchange for the yuan converting pill? His behavior is too shameless. Is he playing us like monkeys? Chapter 1614. The crowd was in an uproar. The cultivators stared at Qin Feng covetously. They actually thought he was here to show off. Qin Feng found it funny and said indifferently, "It seems that you don't have what I need. In that case, I won't participate in this Holy King exchange." As he spoke, he got up to leave. Since there was nothing he wanted, it would be a waste of time to stay. However, Shui Pingji had blocked Qin Feng's path and emitted a cold aura. Young Hero Qin, how dare you cause trouble at the Holy King exchange that I hosted? If you don't hand over the vitality transformation pill today, don't even think about leaving this place. Shui Pingji's intention was extremely obvious. He wanted to snatch Qin Feng's vitality transformation pill. The other cultivators all stood up and surrounded Qin Fen, as if they were afraid that he would escape. Senior Shui, what do you mean by this? This Holy King exchange is hosted by you. Everyone will exchange treasures fairly and can't snatch it by force. Are you going to break the rules that you set? Shui, Junfei's face was cold and immediately stood side by side with Qin Feng. Shui Pingji was a little embarrassed, but in front of the vitality transformation pill he couldn't care less. In any case, he had to snatch it first. However, before he could make a move, a timid voice suddenly came from the crowd. Young hero Qin, why you said that you need blood moon stones? I accidentally obtained one in an ancient martial arts relic a few years ago. I wonder if young hero Qin would like it. Shui Pingji's face turned cold, and his aura was much more restrained. Previously, because no one wanted to exchange treasures with Qin Feng, he had an excuse to cause trouble for Qin Feng. However, now that a cultivator had stood up, if he snatched the vitality transformation pill by force, it would really be inexcusable. However, the other cultivators looked at Qin Feng with playful expressions. They didn't believe that this kid would exchange the vitality transformation pill for the blood moon stone. Speaking of which, the blood moon stone was a kind of red stone. Many people didn't know what it was used for. Take it out and let me see. Qin Feng didn't care about what the others thought, and his gaze fell on the cultivator who spoke. The cultivator was short and was only a level 2 Holy King. In this exchange circle that was full of experts, it was easy to be overlooked. Qin Feng had completely ignored him and only noticed his existence now. The short cultivator hurriedly took out a large stone from his storage ring. The stone was the size of a fist, and it was completely red, as if it was going to burst into flames at any time. Young hero Qin, when I first got this stone, I didn't know what it was. Later, someone told me it was a blood moon stone. However, I don't know how to refine weapons, so this stone is completely useless on me. If young hero Qin needs it, you can take it. The man didn't reveal his identity, probably because his strength was too low and he was afraid of attracting trouble after the exchange. Qin Fen didn't ask any questions and took the blood moon stone. As soon as the stone touched his hand, he felt a wave of scalding hot air. The temperature of the stone was not low. If Qin Feng hadn't subdued the purple flame, normal cultivators would be wary of this kind of temperature. However, the cultivator who took out the blood moon stone did not seem to be afraid of the stone's temperature. Qin Fen looked at the cultivator again and smelled the faint medicinal fragrance on his body. It seemed that he was most likely an alchemist. Master, this is indeed a blood moon stone, and it's a top-grade blood moon stone. Little Pig's voice sounded. According to its introduction, the blood moon stone was usually the size of an egg. A fist-sized blood moon stone was extremely rare. Qin Fen immediately put the blood moon stone into the emerald spirit ring. I'll take this stone. Do you still have black gravel steel and star winzan? The cultivator shook his head. I've never heard of the other 2 items you mentioned. I obtained this blood moon stone by accident. If I'm not qualified to exchange with you, then forget it. I'll give that blood moon stone to you for free. It's useless to me. This cultivator was generous, or the blood moon stone was really useless to him. Moreover, this kind of stone was not a treasure in the entire divine continent. Qin Fen was a little disappointed. He only had black gravel steel and star winzan left. It would be great if he could collect them in one go. Then do you have a cultivation method for wood's spiritual roots? Qin Fen asked. The man shook his head again, looking a little disappointed. He seemed to have realized that he couldn't exchange for Qin Fen's energy transformation pill. At this moment, Qin Fen walked up and stuffed an energy transformation pill into the man's hand. A blood moon stone is much lower than what I proposed. Give me another 5 million upper spiritual stones. The cultivator's body trembled as he stared at the energy transformation pill in his hand. Although he was currently a level 2 Saint King, he would break through to the peak of level 9 Saint King one day. At that time, This energy transformation pill would be a priceless king pill. Ah, good. Young hero Qin, please wait for a moment. I'll give you 5 million upper spiritual stones. A moment later, 5 million upper spiritual stones went into Qin Fun's storage ring. The cultivator who received the energy transformation pill left immediately. The crowd was dumbfounded. They all thought that Qin Fin was showing off with the energy transformation pill. Now they realized that he was really here to exchange for treasures. That kid is gone. Damn. 5 million upper spiritual stones and a broken stone for an energy transformation pill. This is a big deal. Young hero Qin, I misunderstood you earlier. Do you have any more energy transformation pills? I'd like to exchange for one. The crowd burst into an uproar after they came back to their senses. Many cultivators were looking for the man who was a level 2 Saint King, but they found that he had already disappeared. As for Lin Hao, Du Chun, and Gao Qiao, the three of them were already smiling. They were obviously 3 level 9 Saint King powerhouses, but they were trying to please Qin Fin, who looked like he was only a level 1 Saint King. Seeing the energy transformation pill pass by, Shuepingji was about to explode, but he immediately put away his dissatisfaction and changed his attitude to a friendly one. Young hero Qin, I was wrong about you earlier. I apologize to you on behalf of everyone. I hope young hero Qin won't take it to heart. Qin Fun's face was indifferent, and he didn't care about Shuepingji at all. Shuepingji was about to explode, but when he heard Qin Fun's next words, his expression changed drastically. I still have one last energy transformation pill on me. The conditions are the same as before. If anyone has a treasure that I need, you can take it out to exchange. The crowd exclaimed. Qin Fin actually had another energy transformation pill on him. Everyone could no longer see through Qin Fin. This young man dressed in ordinary clothes had more assets than most of the people present. Young hero Qin, how about I exchange it with you for 20 million upper spiritual stones? Zhang Zheng of the North Sea was the first to jump out. He had a gentle smile on his face, as if he had been a good friend of Qin Fun's for many years. As for the many times that he had questioned and ridiculed Qin Fin, it did not seem like he had done it. Xue Junfei looked at Zhang Zheng with disdain. Qin Fin did not even bother to look at him. He said indifferently, You don't have the right to exchange, so there's no need to say anything more. Thailand's biggest breasted female streamer's new passion video exposed pouncing on the male lead So Hungry. Please follow the official WeChat account to watch online. Mamexwin1